There's that. Okay there, folks. Welcome back. Uh, so we got everything working again. Um, you know what? Let me go ahead and let's not do the stream raiders today. Okay, so today we're going to be continuing on our uh, journey through the last half of the new war. Um, for those of you that might be coming in for the very first time, this isn't the first time that I'm playing through this. To be honest, um, uh, this is the second playthrough. um, I made the mistake of um, selecting the quest again, and um, it didn't give me the opportunity to exit out of the quest at all. So, hey there, Bellis.
All as one. I stand before you, last of my kind, an orphan of Tenno massacres. Their violence did not end with me, did it? It carried on to all of you. Grineer languished in their torture plexes. Ostron clades starved for Tenno tithe. Corpus pupils weeping Tenno praise under blade. Solaris souls blackened the skies of Tenno foundries. But now is our time. An era of peace and security. The devils have been cast out. And by the void, the Tenno shall never return.
So my assumption initially that this was basically the Tenno returned was true. Oh, and for anyone that is wondering, yes, this indeed will contain a lot of spoilers. So if you're watching this and you haven't done the new war, then I would recommend that you stop watching. Go play the new war, or play through the game enough to get to the new war so that you can play it yourself.
Comms are bad tonight. How many prisoners, you think?
Too deep to know for sure. But what if there's an Archon down there?
Don't do that.
Okay, so so here's what's kind of throws me off about this. they eh, okay, so you're starting off um, with the tunnel here, but um, later on down the line, it sounds as though there's two different like timelines working here. There's the one that you start off with the Tenno, but there's also this one where um, he doesn't have a connection with the Warframes. The Tenno doesn't have any connection to the Warframes, which kind of confused me when I heard that. Um, so my question is, like right now, um, you know, are we, when last week, at the very end, uh, Tenno gets pulled away with Lotus. Um, I'm assuming into the void. I'm not quite sure exactly what was going on there. What uh, what she and the Tenno were being pulled into. Not 100% sure. Ballas was able to kind of just open up some kind of portal to who knows where, and you get pulled in. Now you start here, and um, is this, the Tenno, you know, this is where later on when they kind of discuss, when you meet up with yourself and they discussed it, this is where things get a little confusing for me, because it's like, well, um, is this is this a timeline with just a drifter, who had no connection to the Warframes? Ballas came on back and, took on over everything, and therefore nothing was really changed at all during this particular, during this particular timeline, which makes me wonder, what exactly happened to the Tenno during this whole thing, you know, um, makes me kind of wonder the history, if this was indeed that particular timeline where it was just a drifter, he had no Warframe abilities whatsoever, and he was just trying to be, who knows? Maybe he was just kind of like a vigilante trying to stop everybody using whatever he could, whatever armaments he could. But he didn't actually have any of his Warframes. He didn't have any of the uh, connections or anything along those lines, which is a little odd. But I mean, you know, infinite universes, infinite timelines, who knows? Who knows what to say, right? Um, the, or did the Tenno somehow come back from the wormhole and therefore suddenly reappeared here, and is now trying to struggle, even though they don't technically, he doesn't have the Warframes somehow, I mean, unless the Warframes were being absolutely destroyed, but I mean, he still has access to the orbiter, so couldn't he just consider rebuilding all the Warframes again to put up another resistance? Again, I don't know. It's this jump between, what happened you know, that I did like last time, where they get pulled into who knows what, to now there really isn't any kind of like connection between you know, there's nothing kind of bridging that gap. Now, could DE do something with that later on? Of course, they could. Um, Maybe they could try to figure out some way of connecting the two somehow. I don't know. So, this is playing in through it again, there, Jedi, because unfortunately, I, I did a retry and it doesn't allow for me to exit the replay. So, I'm basically forced to play it again. So, yeah. Really wish that that wasn't the case, but it is what it is. So, um, well, I wanted, I was initially thinking to myself, you know, last week, um, you know, what happens when you died, kind of thing, because I didn't die at all in, you know, the first playthrough that I did. Um, so I was kind of curious what happened when, you know, when the Grineer died, or when the, um, you know, when the Corpus died, you know, what happened if your Railjack missions failed, you know, that kind of thing. So I wanted to kind of get, I wanted to kind of see what happened during that, because I was kind of curious, you know. Well, curiosity got the better of me because now I'm stuck in it. So, not much I can really do about that. So I've played through this entire thing, all, you know. So I figured I'd take this opportunity to, well, I mean, I was already kind of discussing it last week anyway. You know, even before, I was looking through the wiki to just kind of talk about, discuss, you know, what the wiki had um, on this quest, and kind of talking through it a little bit here and there. Got the bright idea of, oh, I'll just go ahead and, you know, try this one section out, you know, see what happens. And, well, I'm stuck in it now, so I might as well just keep on moving through it, right? So, Dallas is in control. Um, you know, um, he's basically, dictator, mind controlling everybody. So, um, so now what's what's also kind of odd is the fact that you don't have any of the Tenno abilities that you got gained from the first half. So this is, you're presented with this character who, you don't see at all whatsoever. Um, so, I made the initial assumption that, yeah, this is definitely the Tenno, but I mean, they could have they could have gone with a completely different character, on that, you know. Um, they could have done something along the lines of, like, maybe this is another Tenno that's out there that's trying to rescue your particular Tenno character, or something along those lines, So, um, so, but they just made it confusing and said that this is your Tenno. So, yeah. Be it somewhat a different um, uh, different timeline 10.0? I don't know. Deploy smokescreen emitter. Okay. This security system is a little off-putting as well. First time that I played through it, but I mean, hey, you know, was able to kind of take care of it. Now, Narmer security link. Okay. The blade kill from the back was, interesting. He gets shocked initially, and then, you know, um, why there are prisoners here and not like automatically fitted with um, the mind control devices outright? I don't really know. Maybe it takes them time to make the mind control devices. Who knows? Who's to say? But you know, time to save the Earthlings. Oh yeah. This part was kind of, a little difficult per se. Um, because of the fact that there was really the restarts. The fact that um, you weren't quite sure. Um, where the enemies were. The fact that when you're when you're killed, it's like you get flung quite a ways back. So this part was this part of the game was a little frustrating, especially seeing that you didn't really have any kind of like run abilities or anything along those lines. There's no there's no Tenno abilities that you used prior, so this is pretty much foreign again. So I mean it's interesting, but at the same time, um, made the gameplay a little difficult to try to handle. There we go. Let's see. Let's see. I don't believe there was anything here. The visual range on these guys aren't that much, so. Alright. Unlock that. We'll take care of this. There we go. Stealth missions. I mean, it's interesting, but at the same time, it's um, you know, it's a little odd, off-putting here. You know, I also checked out that guy over there, but I mean, it was like, hey, he just kind of gave me some credits, and that was it. It's like, what's the purpose of including um, including that soldier over there? You know, what's the point? Leave him out. It's not necessary, but whatever. You know, they were probably like using they were probably like reusing the map nodes, and you know, just kind of create, and you know, throwing everybody in. So okay. Over to you.
You will rescue the others, yes?
Let's see. Nothing yet. Wasn't there one guy down here? Thought there was. Nope. Okay. Yeah, when I was going through this the first time, I was like, man, I really wish I could grab my mesa because this is slow. But I mean, you know, plot. Okay. There you go. Yeah, when I was first playing through this, I was wondering if they were going to show like the Silver Grove, you know, somewhere around here, but nope, they didn't do that. They kept Silver Grove out of it. All right, gonna take care of those guys over there. I'm just kind of thankful that they didn't do any kind of like, you know, footsteps warning or anything along those lines, because I'm not exactly being super stealthy here, you know. Yeah, nothing over here. You know, one could make the observation that the the Narmers there really don't have any kind of auditory perception, because I mean, I'm just kind of walking along the ground here, but whatever. Not exactly the best location for me to try to jump down on them. Wait for him to turn around. There we go. See? It's like, I dropped down right behind you there, dude. You should have basically said, hey, what was that sound? But nope. Nothing. It's like, okay. Running through water. Nothing. So they have no hearing whatsoever. I mean, it makes things a little bit easier for me, you know, especially this being my second playthrough, but still. Now, this part was a little difficult in trying to get the timing right for both that, you know, that one there and that one, like, walking on down, so. Oh, come. Messed up on the stealth kill. Oh well, no big. Now, I'm not quite sure did Bellis just decide, hey, I'm gonna name myself Narmer later or something like that, or I'm not quite sure the connection there. I can't really remember. Like maybe it's he wanted like a different name after he, you know, was changed. Um, Again, I'm not 100% on the history anymore, because it's been a while since I did the prelude, or the mission prior to this. So, right, I can go in here and kill this guy off. Honestly, I'm not sure how that came about. Yeah, I'm not sure either, and that's what's there's quite a few things about this particular new war that is been kind of confusing for me. So um it's one of the reasons why I'm kind of going through this discussion here because um I'm not 100% sure. It's like,
Do not concern yourself with me, Sura.
I'm
Rescue the
in a
others.
sense kind of poking holes in what they did. But I mean, it it kind of needs to have those holes, poked at and discussion raised because if there's like gaps, if there's like confusion, then you're gonna be confusing your player base, and well, you'd never really want your player base confused, you know, or at least you want to try to minimize that as much as you can. So, um, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Bad time for a reload. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, last time around um, I kind of just booked it towards the very end over there because I didn't, I mean, I already got all the prisoners, so there weren't any like additional prisoners around here that needed rescuing. I mean, it probably would have been nice if they actually had like some extra prisoners here that you could save, just in case you like might have missed one or two. That might have been pretty cool, but they didn't do that. So, I mean, what can one do, right?
Patch him, and I'll release the door.
The One of the problems with that particular security system too, um,
Stay cool.
is the fact that
I've no idea.
um, the mouse controls for that security, the console, is can be different each time, which is um, a little off-putting at times. Like you're trying to control it, and in one particular fashion, the way like the previous control was, but it reacts differently. You know, so that particular security is a little off, and it throws me off at times. So I could see that as potentially causing a lot of people headaches or irritation, especially seeing that you don't really have a lot of time to work around it. But I mean, it makes sense. Well, does it make sense? No, no. The security system does. Each security system does have a time limit. So I mean, um, but um, the how long it takes is um, a little off. So, um, but you might. To be honest, I need some health. And so far I haven't gotten any. Let's see. Where's the other guy? There he is. I didn't do this last time around. You know. Oop. Still didn't detect him. Okay. Hey there, Vinny. Welcome back to the stream. So last time I was here, you know, I didn't really kill these guys at all. I'm kind of curious about these red lights here. You know, they look like they're security systems, but I mean, they're not exactly the greatest security systems. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Is there any consequences? Oh, yep. Yep, there are definitely consequences. Those are snipers. Gotcha. Thankfully, it wasn't like a one-shot kill kind of thing, but unfortunately, I have a lot more. I need a lot more health now. Oh wait, what am I doing? I have the restorative. Silly me. Forgot about that. You know, once again, this area could be like full of prisoners that could be saved, in my particular opinion. I mean, look at all these cages. You would think that there would be a lot more prisoners, but maybe at the same time, maybe they have already been taken and mind controlled. Who knows? Think there were, and you know, those guys were initially like right up here, you know, before they kind of walked on down. But they don't go on patrol. You would think that they would be like on patrol here because the fact that this guy's back to me is to me right now, and he's not walking back this way is really bad. Because I can easily just walk up to him and dead. Same with this guy down here. It's like, hi guy. You didn't hear your friend died behind you, so you get to die as well. It's like, okay. You know, if these guys were like, you know, both of those two were up there, but I mean, they walked on down here and then stopped. You know, it's like, have them go on patrol. Have them walk back up there. Give me a little bit of a challenge here. You know, something. Damn. Oh well. Again, there's no prisoners anywhere around here. So.
Let's hope you're not too late.
I wonder. Nope. See that
All
that mind control.
apostasy.
Interesting that me shooting into the in here triggered the cutscene. Ow. Ow. Whee. Nope. Use the columns to kind of protect yourself. Oh. Ow. Ouch. That hurt. Just the one left. There we go.
Easy now. I'm not going to hurt you. Let me get that thing off your face.
All is one. All is one. All is one. All is
Oof.
I told you, an Archon.
All the ships, smartass!
It'll be there just now.
And now it's time to run. There we go. But it's not over yet. It's like, shoot right now. Put like a tracker on me or something like that, you know, freeze me in place. Who knows, man? Who knows? Leave me to fly off so that I can survive. Who knows?
How long's it been since the Tenno left without saying goodbye? Since Narmer and the masks. Since truth became a luxury few can lay their hands on. Whoever's picked up the mantle the Tenno dropped, drifting wild, popping masks and loosing bonds. Whoever you may be, we salute you, Drifter.
So now you kind of get, you go back to the drifters camp, which, okay, you know, now you kind of have an idea, you have some form of idea as to who you are in some way. Um, but um, two things that kind of bugs me about this. One, um, if Narmer's like kind of controlling the entire region, if he's like, has like mind control, you know, over everyone, then shouldn't he, have found Nora and basically shut her down by this point? I mean, by the time you as the Tenno got pulled into that little wormhole void thing, um, you're talking like years of time had passed, you know, between Tenno versus Drifter. So Nora's just that crafty to stay out of harm's way. Mm, kind of, I kind of put that towards like you know X for doubt kind of thing because that's um, very questionable in my mind. Um, because everybody is like being mind controlled, uh, being put under, Narmer, Ballas's control. So it's like, you know, um, so Nora doesn't have a lot of time, if anything, to kind of stay out of his reach. So, um, and obviously she's broadcasting in a fashion that is, um, uh, meaning that she's still very much independent over it all. So, um, okay, this is where we do battle with the Lotus later. I just wanted to kind of, look around and see. Um, we're still on Earth, so obviously, we didn't like fly off world or anything along those lines. So, um, there's the orbiter there, but what is this? What is this particular, you know, spot? It's not the rail jack. At least I don't think it is. Is it? Hmm. I mean, it doesn't have like the overall structure of the rail jack. It looks like it's the orbiter itself per se, but or maybe hmm. Maybe it is like the full orbiter, but you have like the that particular section that flies off towards missions as like the launch point, and then you have like the base portion of your ship that you're kind of at. So when you like complete a mission, this flies back here into like a base camp kind of vehicle that um that you're you know flying around at normal. But if that's the case, then why wouldn't they show like the full ship when like for example whenever you're partying up with other with other players, all they show whenever you're in a party screen, whenever you see look out the window, you see just that, the orbiter and nothing else. You don't see like an extended vehicle or anything along those lines. So that's why I'm kind of confused. So um, the set above is your landing craft. The part in the water is the full orbiter. But yeah. Um, Again, it's odd that you're only seeing um the landing craft whenever you join into a party. That's all. It's just weird. That's all. Um, Again, nothing is active right at this moment in time. Your foundry isn't working. You have no companions. You have no arsenal. So there's nothing that you can really modify or change or add or anything along those lines. So it looks like the full-on orbiter is completely powered down, which makes me wonder why, you know, um, maybe to avoid detection in some way. I don't know. Um, they didn't really explain this portion of it at all, you know. So it's shown in the concept art, but they finally let us see it in game, but like this, yeah. Um, that room's not open. Do they have yeah. Um, I have a lot of, I put a few items up in this room, not a ton because I don't have, you know, um, I didn't really have a lot of like dolls or anything like that I used for decorations, but I mean, shouldn't they still be showing them here? But then again, who's to say what happened to the orbiter while you were gone between Tenno and Drifter? Who's to say? You know, enjoy the nice watery scenery. Hello, fishy, fishy. That that being right in the middle of the head, though, is a little disconcerting, but, whatever. Um, okay, so let's go and see the Tenno for see Space Bomb for the first time. Let's see. There we go. There is no between Tenno and Drifter. You say that. That's one of the confusing parts of the of this particular
All right. Good to see you too.
There are concurrent parallel timelines of the same person. Yeah.
What do you think, Otis?
What do I think? I think
Finish her.
this is torture.
That's why
It's left us
it's
as
kind of
passive, wasting our
confusing,
energy. We've tried
because what
everything.
happened to the Tenno
Careful care and feeding of
and Space Bomb?
undulums in my data arrays. We don't know what we're dealing with.
No, we don't. But you know someone that does.
I know someone that... Wait, operator, you can't be serious.
I told you, don't call me that.
Sorry. If you want to get to the outer systems past Narmer, we'll need a Corpus shuttle.
You know, if this is a concurrent parallel timelines, what happened to the Drifter up until this point? He had no, from what I understand, he had no abilities to control any of the Warframes or anything along those lines. Um, so Narmer just kind of controlled everything, and then nothing could be done. He couldn't, you know, fight back or anything along those lines to try to, um, you know, um, it just raises um, a lot of questions in my mind. Like, uh, how's he seen, um, how's he seen the Lotus when in fact, the Lotus was basically kind of destroyed from the other timeline version. Did Lotus just suddenly appear here in the seat and he's like, where did you come from? We gotta help her, blah blah blah. Or is this something that, was he able to like save her somehow? It's all these questions being thrown in my mind, and it's like there's um, it just kind of feels off. So um, let's see. I was disappointed to see Ortis doesn't get to roam around like that after we finish the quest. I mean that is true. Um, the fact that you have basically a companion roaming around, that's Ortis. Um, the fact that you didn't have that in the parallel timeline with the Tenno. So, why couldn't they do that with the Tenno? Who knows? um, the Drifter was in the void on the Zaraman 10-0. They're fairly actually. Well, no, I get that. Um, but it's they say that he doesn't have any of his of the Tenno abilities, which is odd because that's what the Tenno were. They had like special abilities to connect to the Warframes. So you're saying that the Drifter somehow miraculously doesn't, kind of thing. So it's that's why it's kind of odd. Um, You know, why is the Lotus here like that? You know, why can the Drifter not control Warframes? Um, you know, what happened to the original? You know, what happened to the timeline where you fell into a void? Um, you know, with the Lotus, you know, a lot of questions that is didn't feel like they were answered at all, and that's why it's on one hand, I do appreciate what they kind of did uh, with with you know what they had, um, but at the same time, it's like, well, you know, they create a lot of. It felt like they created a lot of plot holes, and you know, are they at some point in time going to fill those holes up at some point? So, um, Drifter didn't do this second dream. Like, imagine if there was a parallel universes and you chose to go to college in one and become an engineer, and the other you chose to become a motorcycle mechanic. Why can't the engineer fix motorcycles? Hmm. It, hmm. But the Tenno already had abilities, you know, even when they were on board that one ship. So, um, yeah, they might not have been linked to the Warframes at that point because the war hadn't been started yet. Um, but at the same time, Warframes were already Warframes were already being generated, were already being built by that point when they you know when the Tenor were around. So if the Tenor were able to you know connect to the Warframes fairly easily, then you know why couldn't the Drifter at some point? That's I don't know. It's weird. Um, When you get to Zaraman 10, listen to Mother give you the quiz, and your drifter tells you something also. First, get your operator, you only get to do chest beams. 10 are most likely normal kids up until the jump incident. Never learned that. They wouldn't know how to do that if they never learned. Well, I mean, the based off of what you know, from what I've seen from like the previous quests that you were on, the Tenno weren't taught how to connect to the Warframes. They just knew, like it was instinctive to them. So it's like them learning how to walk for the very first time. So um, so that's why it's kind of confusing to me because it's like, well, why couldn't the Drifter had picked that up at as well? You see what I'm saying? It's odd. No access to the codexes, no. markets or anything along those lines, but I mean, a lot of it's being controlled by Narmer anyway, so I mean, it makes sense. Um, Interesting that Nora isn't like broadcasting, but I guess she's only broadcasting very briefly to try to stay out of harm's way, maybe. Who knows? You know, no syndicates, no railjacks or anything along those lines, so. Um, can't really choose anything else. I mean, obviously, you know, you want to kind of go towards stolen plans, but I didn't really explore this um, when I was kind of running around here. So, showing you all the, you know, previous locations that you could kind of go to, um, but you can't really click on any of them. You know, makes me kind of think that maybe sometime in the future, we may get like a drifter only kind of scenario. Like you could kind of switch between the two, switch between Tenno and drifter, and in the drifter you're trying to combat everything that's going on here to try to fight back in some way. I don't know. Um, let's see. Um, Gonna pick up your car. No worries there, Jedi. See you when you get back. Right before they launch quests like this, I always go through and redo all the previous ones, so sort of as a refresher and lore comparison. Yeah, I mean it's you know kind of a smart way of going about doing it. Another thing is maybe see if someone like maybe compiled all the information together in like a video that you kind of briefly go through as well. Um, so it's going to be interesting if they do, you know, maybe they will kind of consider doing this at some point in time, like, you know, have the drifter um, get to a point where, you know, he does learn how to do the Warframe and starts really putting up a full-on resistance. Who knows? Angels Zaramon update launches on the 27th, so hopefully we get more story. We'll see. Hello, Fortuna. For story videos, I would recommend Stellar D on YouTube. I found his videos very helpful when I first started, mainly because I was so confused by everything. It's quite understandable, you know. There's a lot here, and you know I haven't even gone through that much of the codex to like read through the lore on that either. So
Nox Solaris collapsed under Narmer. You're on your own here. Keep your head down and get topside as quick as you can. Wait. Deacons. They'll sense if you're not veiled. Give them a wide berth, or you'll be sucking black ooze before long.
I started when they launched the second Dream update, so it was a lot to take in. Yeah, I started afterwards. I forget exactly when. Right.
All as one.
Was able to get through to that checkpoint, so that's great. So
Avoid the deacons or they'll seal
the
you in.
this portion of the game was really irritating. I didn't at first I didn't notice the fact that the waypoint was pointed towards the vent. I didn't notice that initially. I was thinking that it was pointing towards the exit, so I kept on trying to run that way, and well, I kept on getting caught, so I mean. Okay. Now we're in this sewer systems. That you would think that there would be, you know, some deacons down here as well, because I mean, wouldn't there be like some maintenance personnel or whatnot down here? But you know, nope. There's some fish. There's the Wave Riders. Yay, the kids are praising me. No, not quite. Alright. Now we are on the opposite side of the map, so
Hello, hello. Missing your brain buster then?
Ignore her. We can't risk it.
Can't risk what? Jag cipher comms? Already blew it. But listen, if you're here to muck with Nama, I'm keen to lift with ya.
Hey, no restarts on that one, so that was good. But that was that was so annoying to deal with first time around.
Need a ship. Corpus tags.
Then you'll be wanting to pay a visit to that bleeding brainbuster factory. I know a shortcut. Might grab yourself a K-drive if you've got the legs for it.
Alright.
Name's Little Duck. And you must be that stick in the spokes I've heard about. You weren't in with a Tenno back in the day, were ya?
Something like that.
See, that's why it's kind of confusing. It's like, you know, that they're talking about the Tenno, and the Tenno had, you know, Tenno dealt with the war. So, you know, they fought against the Orkan. So why didn't the Drifter, why wasn't the
Fresh
Drifter
shipment of
considered part of it?
brainbusters, and there's one with your name on it. See, security's lax on account of how the only way inside is wearing one of those sticky things.
What? You don't know what effect it will have on you. There's got to be a better way.
Afraid not.
Oh, ow, okay. I was really
Brainbusters, and there's
having
one
some
with your
problems
name
there.
on it. See,
I knew that there was
security's lax
someone
on
behind
account
me.
of how the only way inside is wearing one of those sticky things.
What? You don't know what effect it will have on you. There's got to be a better way.
Ah, come on. Shoot him. Thank you.
Afraid not.
So, okay, let me discuss this a little bit because, I have some time here and I wanted to kind of go over that. So, the Tenno were part of the war, and they did fight against the Orkan at some point in time, because then, Ballast wouldn't be upset that he was kind of forced to leave, that that his civilization basically crumbled because of the atrocities of the Tenno, right? So if that's the case, I mean they didn't really, I mean the Tenno didn't really, I mean, like if the Tenno were like, our drifter friend here, and just trying to fight without Warframes, how were they able to defeat the Orkan so easily? Because, I mean, the the Warframes have a lot of abilities, and if this is the extent that the Drifter has to try to fight against all that the Orkan had, again, I say X'd out on that one. So, hopefully with future stories we get more to know, more on the no part. Yeah, I don't like, don't get me wrong, um, if they have like an outline of their full story that they want to do, okay, then they are most likely leaving out parts of the story for a reason, okay, to try to fill that in later down the road. Um, it's just, um, um, there's a lot of parts to this um, that aren't really even making that much sense based off of what they kind of gave us anyway. You understand what I'm saying? It's, um, like the Drifter says that he doesn't have any Warframe abilities, but yet he should have been able to control Warframes anyway to fight against the Orokin. Um, to wage war on the Orokin. So it's like, did he just somehow magically lose his powers to connect to Warframes at some point in time? That's why it's so it's kind of confusing because it's like, well, why? What happened? Did was there like some part where it basically said, they defeated the Orkin and somehow their connections got severed? So the Orkin left, and the Tenno are just kind of basically living their lives without connection to the Warframes and stuff like that. So that leaves, the Grineer, Corpus, and the Infested to do whatever they want. And the Tenno weren't really around um, to kind of stop them. Well, I mean, they didn't really even wake up either from, because, after the war happened, they were put into stasis. That they're, I don't know. I'm kind of curious as to, I didn't really explore that much when I, first came here because I wanted to really, try to get through the quest line as fast as I could last time, when I first played this because, I was thinking that I would, I would be able to do it in the 4 hours that I was thinking that I could do it, but nope. Alright, so I'm missing big time. There goes him. Got him. Sniper shots. You would think that they would kind of go on alert or something like that. Like, hey, we're being attacked. Alert. Notify the authorities that we are under attack. Get some Archons over here or something. Okay, where is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay.
plugs to think that some people take the veil by choice. Warm lies are more comfort than cold hard truths, eh?
Right. So, when two things that bug me about this. One, when you place it on, you basically get, you know, hit with a lot of visions and, you know, a lot of conversations happening inside your mind, right? So they're basically stating that anyone that, you know, has no resistance to that whatsoever gets almost instantaneously taken over by it, which is interesting. You know, the one uh, guy from Earth, he, you know, they put on that veil on him, and instantaneously he was like converted. So there's no real resistance to it initially. I mean, there was still kind of some resistance at the end before the Archon showed up, um, but for the most part, it was like, you know, fairly instantaneous. Um, they're basically showing that, you know, Drifter has some amount of resistance to it. Um, some amount of resistance, but not a ton. Now, bear in mind, he did not grab like a second. Um, he didn't grab a second veil or anything along those lines. He didn't store a second on his body or anything along those lines. So, you know, I'm not collecting anything more. So, bear that in mind for later on when we get to the rest of the story, because
So beautiful to behold. How do you feel? We found you within the Derelict Shaman. Feral. Evil. Void in your heart. But Dallas, he saw a lost child in need of a father. As you recovered, he noticed me less and less. What good was I to him if you weren't sick? I loved him, but he only loved you. The stasis streams were the only choice I had. Your harrowing dreams of mother, father. I made them nightmares.
Blending in nice, but I'd still give those deacons a wide berth. Did you know they can detonate those veils if they smell a rat? Take your face off that.
Are you serious? It didn't occur to you that you might want to mention that before we put one on?
It did, and I didn't. Needed you focused.
yeah. So that part where you know, they were talking about, you know, the Lotus was talking about how, um, you know, you know, Ballast found all the Tenno, you know, on board the ship, you know, basically entirely feral kind of thing. Um, you know, probably due to, you know, just trying to like stay confined in that one room, you know, not trying to go outside of it, trying to live as best they could while, you know, the rest of the ship was basically tearing itself apart. Um, so, um, and you know, that's, if I remember correctly, that's when you were eventually kind of given the, um, now, I'm trying to remember some of the history here because, like I said, you know, I'm not that well versed in Warframe's history here. Um, you know, I know that the infested got on board the Tenno ship of the Zariman, and it basically corrupted, you know, the adults, so that the children were pretty much the only survivors out of that entire mess. Uh, the uh, there was never any kind of talk about like the adults, any adult from that particular ship surviving that tragedy. But they don't really go too far into like the history of it per se. Um, you know, um, matter of fact, they don't really talk too much about the Tenno history at all, to be honest. Um, you know, they appeared out of nowhere from what I remember. Um, like they appeared from the void, if I remember correctly, on board that ship. They got hit by the infested, which is, you know, the um, from what I understand, the Orkin were trying to find some way of like creating like the perfect being, if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Hence the reason why they were trying to um, mess, and I believe that generated the infested. If I remember correctly. Again, I could be wrong on this. You know, it's been a while since I've really kind of looked into it. But I believe that was the case. The infested got on board their ship somehow. Who knows? Again, that story was never really explained, if I remember correctly, unless someone actively put the infested on board that ship. You know, like maybe Ballast basically infected that ship or something like that. I don't really know. Um, you know, but the children survive, and you know, then that's when they discovered the connection with the Warframes. Warframes didn't really have any way of, um, or was it the fact that Lotus put all the children in like a stasis, and therefore they found the connection between, you know, while they were in stasis to the Warframes. You know, I'm not 100% sure. And then, you know, the Warframes became active and started that little civil war, you know, defeating the Orkin, and the whole, uh, you know, Orkin Empire pretty much kind of collapsed, and the Tenno fell back asleep, you know. So at least from what I remember. If I'm not mistaken, I could be completely mistaken here, folks. So don't think what I'm saying is gospel here, because I'm trying to remember everything that I've already kind of done prior to this, and um, so I'm trying to remember the timeline of it all. So once again, it begs the question: why doesn't the Drifter have any kind of warframes whatsoever? Why is the um, why is Ordis still calling the Drifter operator, if not for the fact that they are Tenno, they are an operator. It's those little touches there that makes me kind of wonder, what's going on. What uh, did they purposely put in these plot holes in there to eventually fill them in later, or did they just make a convoluted mess and didn't really think things through completely? I would I would hope that it would be the first and not the second. But who's to say? Um, okay, this part was a little irritating. Um, because initially I was thinking that I would kind of go to the left to try to, um, find a way to get up to that point up there, but it was really difficult to kind of go this way. Elevator up to a pipe to walk along, and it was like, well, wait, hold on. Um, you know, uh, I was really afraid because there was like no real stairs or anything along those lines that could kind of hide me on that. So that's why I kind of went more this way after a short period of time. Oh, right, and um, I have no abilities right at this moment in time, so I can't do any kind of smoke screen or anything along those lines. The second has been known to happen. True, true. The fact that DE has basically kind of gone kind of rampant on their storyline and not really considering the connection there. Um, so, I mean, I get it. Okay, we're gonna wait until this deacon he comes up here, looks around a little bit, and then and then he flies right back on down. So that gives us a little bit of time to walk this way, avoid this guy here. You go in here to avoid him. Now, can't go that way because that guy's kind of looking, squarely in this general direction. So, I mean, if you walked up those stairways, you would have ran right into him, and well, you're captured. So, um, so you had to basically use the elevator to go up, which was very risky. So, I want to see where that other deacon went to, because I have to kind of run that way. There he is. Alright. He flew back that way. Oh, I was lucky. Now, initially I got up through up that elevator, even though I was, I had, that guy down below on the bottom floor and that guy up above that could spot me on the elevator. So I was like, okay, how am I supposed to do this without the smoke screen? But when I did that, I was like in a rush. I was like panicked because I was afraid that that guy was spotting me. So I quickly ran over here, ran up the pipe, and fell down to the ground. In which, I got picked up by this guy that's right there. So, but I was able to get through all that. So. All right.
He saw through my deception, and my judgment was swift and true. He cradled you in his arms, saying, "Child."
Child, my child, forgive me. Wake from this horrid dream of hers. The world outside is waiting for you. These horrors of Zariman are lies only to hold you ill. I love you.
Yeah, no. Alright. So you get in here, and you eventually go, I don't really want to deal with this anymore. Pull it off. And now,
Oi! Focus! Jab that console, quick!
there's the helmet there that you threw on the floor. Once again, you're not carrying one at all. You're not going to be carrying one. So this makes, I'm pointing this out for a reason there, folks. You know, Drifter does not have one of these links on his person right at this moment in time. So just pointing that out. So disable the security. All right.
Oh, guts! You've been rumbled. Right, leg it out the back before you're mumbling with the rest. I've sorted your shit. Had a little nugget for myself while I was there.
I made a mistake.
Takes me back to the good old Tenno days. Expect those brain busters might be on back order for a while. Been a pleasure lifting with you, Drifter.
Just wanted to kind of get out of there because the enemies would just kind of keep on coming. So I just wanted to kind of get through that quickly.
Lovers, holdouts. I just got word on the way. Gnarhead Factory got hit. No doubt the handiwork of that Drifter we've been hearing about. Feels good to have a little bit of truth in the world.
So the purpose of
Navigation
that,
is marked, but I hope you change your mind.
so the purpose of that was to get access to a Corpus shuttle so that I can fly around, but um, you, in a sense, disabled that factory, which has no correlation with the shuttle whatsoever, unless, of course, the you gained access um to a key to a way to like uh you know I if I'm not mistaken, you steal one at the very end there. So I get what was it? Did they mention the fact that um the only way to kind of get one is through the factory itself, and therefore you have to join up, or you have to kind of walk through it in order to gain access to one of the shuttles? Um, Maybe I missed something there. Um, that's one of the problems with when you have like action that your brain is trying to, or okay, for me, um, I'm not really an auditory learner. I really have a hard time trying to, if someone's trying to tell me something like important, sometimes it goes in one ear and right out the other. Um, I tend to, um, I tend to enjoy the ones that, have more of the visual or, like a tactile kind of um, a learning process. I feel that, I tend to get that a little bit more. But when you're overloaded with a lot of content all at the same time, um, it's fairly hard for me to get certain details out of it. Like, um, when there's dialogue and there's fighting at the same time, it's really difficult for me to kind of hear the dialogue with that, I still kind of miss some of the dialogue because I'm focused on the fighting. So, um, so yeah. Any enemy of enemies. So now that you have the access to the Corpus ship, um, we're going to be heading off to um, uh, oh, what was his name? We're gonna be going to see like that one father guy. Oh, I'm blanking on his name, but we'll see him eventually. So now I don't remember ever running into him. I don't think he created any particular location, you know, prior to this, prior to the new war that you could just kind of go to and try to like fight him or fight the um,
This confirms that you are clearly insane.
Peas in a phylopod, Ordis. Stay close, in case I come to my senses.
um, waiting for these two to kind of, you know, come on by here. Kill off both of those guys. My aim is terrible. Hence the reason why I never like to use snipers. Oh, ow. Not being really sneaky. Don't really care about it anymore. They're not setting off any kind of alarms, so... You would think that just shooting the propaganda drone itself would, like, send off, like, a whole bunch of security alarms. Like, oh my god, they're destroying the propaganda. Stop them! You know, but nope. Doesn't really matter all that much.
Exalted. The dissident remains entrenched in the shadows below. The sea runs crimson with the blood of our faithful. But I will prevail. In Narmer's name, all is one.
I'll come back here. Where is he? Alright.
The unclean spirit thins our herd from the shadows. It will not matter. My faith is too strong. The light of Narmer will bring it the truth. All as one.
Oop. We're gonna just shoot our way through. Grab that. Oh, come on. Oh, right. It's over here. Oh. Come on now. Go away. Oh, what? Uh-huh. Okay. Ow, ow. Ow, ow. Oh, oh, ooh, 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 ooh. That hurt. That hurt. That hurt. That hurt a lot. What? It doesn't go through the door? What the fuck? Really? Alright. Any others? Just the one, huh? Okay. I think that's about everybody. Whee! Oh, right. I received fall damage. Forgot about that. Another thing that it's like, man, I really wish I had my Tenno. Or I really wish I had my Warframe.
Only I remain. The test of my faith in trembling light.
And heal again.
I am not afraid. Alice, his love is within me. All is one. All us.
Hey, there's Stalker. Now, I'm trying to remember. Did they ever explain who Stalker was? I don't think I remember them ever doing that.
Hello.
Hello. Death. Alright. And suddenly you're here.
Even the Golden Lord of Lies cannot kill you, Tenno.
She lives, Hanhao.
Unhow, that's who it is, okay.
No. She only lingers. And without her kind, not for long. Their search for her remains has long since begun. The shadow can dispatch you swiftly. A mercy. The Archons will not.
I'm gonna have to kind of look up
What do they want?
Hanhao again, because I'm not 100% sure exactly how Hanhao came to be. I mean, he was Orcan,
Unlike you.
but or at least I believe he was Orcan, unless he's like a sentient form of the infested, but I don't think that's the case. Again, I'm trying to remember all the history on this, and this is you know, trying to remember it all, trying to figure out the history and whatnot to try to get through this, or you know, trying to piece all this together. So,
Let me explain what you are up against, friend. You see, the Archons were made by my
you know,
son.
so what happened to the, you know, what is the history between Hanhao and the Drifter?
Warframe
you know. So now, you know, you get an explanation of
Is that an owl?
all the archons, which,
His
um,
train strikes from a great distance. Deadly, chaotic arcs. One might avoid them with a keen eye, if you can anticipate their faint threads before. Even the very
so I
gold
fought
you walk
against
upon
Owl
will be
and,
Boreal's weapon. He may
um,
have a weakness at this
you know,
moment,
Boreal
but it is not obvious.
and the snake prior,
Worst of
so
all is the
which
paralyzing
left
screech.
the wolf at the very
Terrifying,
end.
yet
So
this moment is your only chance to close in, unseen, and strike.
you know, I left the wolf at the very end last time around. So
I've seen the snake before.
You know Naira,
Naira.
the eldest. Her whip cracks with an Eidolon's wrath. Bone-shattered shockwaves unleashed by every unfurling of its tip. Her whip is more than pain. It is protection.
So
More, for if you
the stones that are part of these archons were originally part of
though she may be
of the
diminished
Lotus. They
somewhat
were
by
kind of
this
parts of her,
infusion,
and they basically
and her
um,
gaze
so
to
Ballast
meet
kind of
her
fused
gaze,
these
stricken
stones
death
in with,
only
from
by
the looks of
turning
it,
away you
Warframes to
hope
kind
to
of create
survive.
these monstrosities of archons. So, um, so that's why, you know, again, that's another question that, you know, I kind of have is like, um, I say that, you know, he fused them in with parts of the Tenno because, you know, these appear to be Tenno models, you know, for the base, and then you know, you have the crystals that appear to like fuse, you know, some other form, maybe like infested or something onto the Warframe from the looks of it to kind of create these abominations. So,
What do they call the wolf?
Amar, he will gnash
you
his
know,
fangs
this looks like
filling the air with
you
deadly
know,
coils
Excalibur,
of
for example.
flame.
The
Survive the
one to
flame,
the
and
right,
you might
you
see
know,
frenzy,
the
a
snake, you
relentless
know,
fury
that
of
looks more
slashes.
like a
Only the greatest of force
um
will subdue him in this.
what is it?
Should he
A
howl, the pack
um
will appear. Mirrors of
a
himself,
mag.
meant to confuse. Only the
Not
true
sure
eye
about the
can
owl.
distinguish the alpha among
What
them.
Warframe that it kind of looks like. Maybe Wisp? Not sure. Just because of it floating. So,
Glorious. Whelp, that's it. Off you go to die. You have nothing to fight these beasts with. I cannot guess how many lives a Tenno has, but you seem eager to lose another.
I've got work to do. You can lay here all you want, doing nothing, wallowing in ancient grudges. She chose the Tenno. But Ballas and your groveling son, they used her. They'll do it again and again, burning her up for whatever suits them and tossing the ashes when they're done. They cannot have her.
Tenno, wait. I have wallowed here. It is true. Fading in this deep hole, waiting to die, but without release. Held here by a purpose I cannot abandon. That she is free.
So no, they cannot have her. But hear me, even if I help you, even if by some miracle you succeed, she will not be the same. Even for us, death leaves a mark. Do you understand?
Again,
Understand.
the facial expressions are like really irritating for me, you know, throughout this entire playthrough. But whatever.
A weapon as old as those you hunt. Nataruk.
Don't like it. Give me a shotgun. Give me a shotgun. Precision shots are not my forte, so the fact that I'm having to deal with these guys with a precision bow, granted, it does have explosive round, it does do explosions, but still, it's. So, why didn't Hun Hao get rid of the Archons himself? You know, use Stalker to use this weapon to kill off the Archons, get back the crystals, so that he might have a chance to get Lotus back himself. I don't know. It's kind of odd.
If you are worthy of Nataruk, you won't mind the little test, will you? Archons will raise the dead, just warn you. But Myra is not the only one to call thunder.
Parkour.
Nataruk can fire fast and true, but you will need to time your release with the weapon's rhythm if you hope to pierce the blighted skin of an Archon.
Alright, the fact that there is an automatic release on the firing.
You are quick to it, but facing the Archon will not
Do-do-do. Run, run, run. Parkour. Not quite. Okay, back to the surface we go. Kind of wish that you can kind of shoot these guys, you know, from here, but okay. On to this one. Thankfully, the timing is fairly easy for these guys, so. There we go. That's what I mean by, you know, explosive area. The fact that I just basically shot the railing and killed these guys instantly. So. There we go. Trying to heal up. Nope. Where is he? Okay. Nothing over there. Oh, missed. Gotcha. Okay. Nothing there. heal up. Okay.
Oh, but, you're alive! I can hardly believe it. He actually agreed to help?
Yeah. Bastard even gave me homework.
You cannot kill the devil, Tenno. But you can send it back to hell.
Quiet down, please. Stand for pledges.
By the glory and wisdom of the Seven, I give my life.
You wanna get the tension again?
Save all that chitter-chatter for Tao. Our jump schedule has changed again, so we're moving exams up with it. Everyone has studied their temporal axioms unit, I assume?
TA? But we were meant to have physics.
By my precepts, I've never had such an enthusiastic group of students. Now, eyes on the big
Interesting
screen
photos
and
on
pay
the
close
wall
attention.
there.
Temporal Axioms, Unit 6. The Prison of Linear Time.
Now, I was able to get through this fairly quickly, so, or at least, I didn't have any wrong answers, but it makes me wonder, is there any wrong answers to this quiz? I'm not 100% sure. Now, this obviously has some amount of relevance to what we're currently going through right at this time, with the Drifter and the Tenno being on two separate timelines. But again, it still doesn't. I'm still kind of confused as to, the Drifter not having any abilities. I believe that is explained in later on coming up. But I don't know if it's a really good reason. Again, I'm trying to figure all this out. So this quiz that we have here is, kind of trying to kind of tell everybody, trying to tell you, the player, kind of what's going on for the most part. But again, it doesn't really explain, what happened to you, the Tenno, from the previous timeline. So, and it kind of begs the question on whether, I still wonder, will you in the future be able to, maybe, go down both timelines in a sense? Um, in both cases, Ballas won, so he took control over the galaxy, but he took control over the solar system. Who knows? Maybe even the galaxy. I don't really know. But so you know, when you're done with the new war, um, you're the Tenno again, and you're dealing with the aftermath of it all. But it's still one of those um, uh, still thing where you're wondering what happens to the Drifter in that particular case. Or are they going to at some point in time make it so that um, the you have potentially playing both the Tenno and the Drifter at the same time? And if so, um, is the Drifter going to eventually get the ability to link back up with the Warframes? I don't know.
Presentism, the obsolete theory of linear time, posits that now is all that is real.
Yeah, uh, so presentism, or you know, um, at present, what's happening like right now is now. You don't have a past, you don't have a future. That's it. That's all you got is what's happening right now. That's it. Nothing else.
In this frame, the present absolute, the now, moves constantly toward the future.
When are we ever gonna use this stuff?
And leaves the static past behind, discarded, consigned to unreality.
Which makes it kind of confusing because it was once a part of reality. So how does one change from reality to unreality? So
The future remains to be discovered, but is less real than even the past. We see the shadows on the cave wall, but not the hands that cast them. The void offers humanity the truer telling of eternalism that now is merely a facet of a great block.
My head hurts.
It is relative, and we can change the frame. The tyranny of the present absolute is overthrown. Tomorrow is now its equal.
I like the shoutouts to Intrati. Basically the family that's currently on Deimos right at this moment.
Students, eyes on your own screen.
Question 1. Which of the following is not one of the theories of time? Presentism, futurism, eternalism.
So it mentioned the fact that presentism and eternalism are you know um, theories. So futurism was never even talked about. So
Correct. Presentism and eternalism are the principal theories of time. Question 2. What is the principal failing of presentism? It considers the present to be the only reality. It has never been endorsed by an Archimedean of unblemished standing. It lacks elegance. It is not true.
okay, so it considers the present to be the only reality. That I mean, um, that's that's its theory. So in a sense, its own failing. So, but I'm kind of curious, what happens actually if you get it wrong?
Incorrect. We are not concerned here with absolute truth, only with truth as a relative scale. Demerit applied. Try again.
Interesting. You get a demerit. I have no idea what the demerits do, but it's probably meant to, you know, just um, hmm. Do they actually have something in place for that? Hmm. Not sure. I mean, that would be kind of interesting if they had some kind of um, you know, they did something with the character in some fashion or another. Like whenever you get a demerit, you know, whenever you receive a demerit, you're obviously not, you know, studying well enough, kind of thing, and therefore, you know, you have some form of uh, like negative karma or negative luck implied to your character in some fashion or another. I don't know. You know, it's kind of one of those things that I kind of wonder about. If they did do that, that would be, you know, kind of interesting. You know, it would add a little bit more of the like the role playing side of the game. You know, it would add a little bit more there. Now, um, I wonder if you just keep on answering the question wrong, is it just going to will it eventually say, hey, no, you failed the test, we're gonna reset it all?
Incorrect.
Not sure. Let
We
me
are
check.
not concerned here with absolute truth, only with truth as a relative scale. Demerit applied. Try again.
Okay. I know that, you know, that the A is, I believe, the answer in this question, so
Partially correct. While
I'm kind of
elevated to
curious about
average
the
measured
other
worthiness,
answers here.
the primary failing of presentism has to do with adequacy. Try again. Incorrect. Prior to the discovery of the void, many worthy Archimedeans of the past endorsed presentism. Incorrect. We are not concerned here with absolute truth.
I
Only
don't
with
know if
truth as
there's
a relative scale.
I don't know if there's ever
Demerit
gonna
applied.
be
Try
if
again.
it's ever gonna kind of kick me out or anything along those lines.
Incorrect.
So,
We are not concerned here with absolute
and
truth.
I
Only with
can't
truth as a relative scale.
apparently can't really
Demerit
skip
applied. Try
through
again.
the dialogue there, so
Incorrect. We are not concerned here with absolute truth, only with truth as a relative scale. Demerit applied. Try again.
one would one would think that, you know, or I would have probably loved it if they actually gave some kind of like bonuses for everyone that you got right, like on the first try or something like that. Like, you know, like if this applied to the drifter, for example, like maybe it for every correct one that you get like a skill point or something like that. You know, like in an operator system style of um, you know, like you know, whenever you went to the operator and you know did any kind of focus or changed the values there, um, you would think that you know like the drifter has something similar to along those lines, and every like exact you know answer that you give you know maybe adds a little bit more focus so that you can spend
And the name
on your
implies
skills or something like
presentism
that.
considers
That would be
only
kind
the
of cool, but
present to be real.
they didn't really do that, so...
Question 3. Lintana's parents have been captured, but she has a choice. The button that will open her mother's cell door will flood her father's cell with deadly radiation, and vice versa. She presses one of the buttons. Under eternalism, which of the following statements is universally true? Only one of her parents will survive.
So the correct answer is C. Her parents will survive, her parents will die. So basically it's, you know, kind of talking about how like there's like multiple different timelines, so you have the potential of you know, like you choosing one button to kill off like the mother to save the father, or vice versa, you know, kill off the father to save the mother. Um, but um, you know, or maybe you have the choice of like pushing both of the buttons, which basically kill off both of her parents. You know, who knows? Um, but
Incorrect. Versions of reality now exist in which each parent survives. Lintana is assigned to one of them, but the other is no less real and is theoretically accessible.
oh, doesn't even give me the chance to.
All decks, all stations, stand by for reliquary field trip.
Students, please direct your attention to the windows. You may find this instructive.
In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
You go into the void. Hi, Otis. Off to go see Space Bomb.
How long does she have?
Not long. You must hunt Erizarchons at once, and take from them their power over restoration. Given such a task before you, I suspect you'll be gone before she.
Forgive me, but this would be a lot easier if you could use that old, Tenno magic. How did you lose it?
I didn't. More like, I don't have it yet.
See, that's what's confusing. You know, it's like, you know, they're saying, you know, I didn't lose the magic, but I haven't got it yet. It's like, wait, what? But he used it before, or you know, the Tenno used it before in the war, so it's that's why it's so off on this. Yeah, I mean, you know, the Drifter knows, you know, the Drifter knows about the magic. You know, he knows about, you know, the past and whatnot. So it's I don't know. It's weird. It's um not sure if they really thought this one through all that well. Um, and unfortunately, when it comes to like timelines and extra dimensional, um, different different timelines and so on and so forth, um, if you're not careful, you could really mess up a lot when it comes to any kind of story plot whatsoever. Because um, there's just some, whenever you deal with any like, um, um, going back in time kind of storyline or something along those lines, it's, uh, you make, hey, you question, well, if if that particular person is there, then if someone goes back into time that wasn't originally there in the first place, then the fact that they're even there, can cause a shift in some form or another. Um, you know, um, that could completely change the future. Even if they were to be completely um, you know, um, even if they try to like isolate themselves completely from the rest of the timeline in some fashion, they're still kind of there. So it's like okay, it's think of it along this way. Say you have an ocean that is just um, completely flat, no waves, no nothing. It is just there's nothing. It's like a solid sheet of glass, you might say, of just pure water, right? No waves, no nothing. It's just completely flat. Um, so from what I understand, which believe me, I'm not I'm not well versed in in the theories that are out there. Um, but um, you can think of like an old, the past as like the old in the flat ocean, for example. And if you were to go back into time to that ocean, it's like dropping a pebble into the water. You know, you're suddenly creating waves from that, from where you were, kind of thing. It might not be, um, you might think of it as, hey, I'm not really being, uh, I'm not, I'm not trying to change anyone's future. It's like, I'm not like going back and telling someone, hey, invest in Google or something along those lines. No, it's not really, because obviously that could, potentially change the future. Create a like a divergent timeline, to you know, so that, on one timeline you have the person that, invested in Google before it became super popular and they gained millions, and, that might have uh, branched off into, hundreds of different directions, kind of along those lines. Whereas, if you didn't tell them, then obviously, it kind of goes, on its normal course. Um, but even um, even a simple, um, even you just kind of being there could potentially, um, trigger something. Who knows? it's much along the lines of you know, weather here on Earth. You know, um, you know, um, cold fronts and warm, you know, hot and cold fronts. You know, they, um, you know, you can see how they kind of shift between the two. Um, you know, atoms, you know, flowing from one location to another. You know, and if you suddenly were to appear, you know, in reality, then, you know, you potentially could be changing something in the world, you know. So, I like how the Drifter whistles the tune from the very Paradox trailer. That should be the next thing after the Angels update, unless we go straight to Tau. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so from here on out, we are going to be battling um, the Archons.
I traced Eidolon signatures the best I could. These locations seem most likely.
So we have uh, the Nira, or the snake that I fought before. Um, we have... We did not do armor during this portion of it. Um, you know, we did the Boreal. You know, when I first saw this, I thought, you know, I was going to be kind of going to each and every single last one of them and collecting all the pieces and restoring, um, you know, restoring, um, um, ha 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 ha, restoring Space Mom. Oh, why am I blanking on her name? Lotus. Nodus, whatever, whatever you want to call her. She has so many different names apparently. Um, I think I'm gonna stick with the order on which I did it because um, you know, I kind of know, you know, what I needed to do against the wolf at the you know, on that last part, so so I'm just gonna kind of keep on doing um, you know, doing what I kind of need to do on this. So once again, you're still in that Corpus ship, which is interesting.
That interference again. There's got to be an Archon nearby.
For once, I hope you're right.
A curious weapon, Drifter. You seem to have made a powerful friend.
They have me, Ira. Until you come to your senses. Ballas is not one of us. He is a parasite, adapting to whatever suits him. He is using you and our kind. Surely you see that.
See what? A century of your failures? Your betrayal of your own people? Narmer has given our people more than you ever could. Victory.
When my Archons have crushed this scantfly, you'll be back to rotting in the deep. Alone.
Okay, hold on a second. I wanna talk about this a little bit. So, um, okay, so Hanhao and Era are, you know, are kind of linked. They are, um, you know, they're father and son. But, um, but what exactly are they? They're not Orcan. Has that ever been explained? You know, what exactly Hanhao and Era is? I don't know if that was ever really kind of discussed completely. At least I don't remember that really being discussed. Um, you know, I believe that they're part of the Sentinel sessions, but um, but it's like, well, um, you know, where exactly did they come from? Or at least I don't remember the history for them. Now that it, you know, there is that one quest at the very, right before the new war, the Prelude, um, that does kind of try to cover Eris a little bit, but, I don't know if that is, um, I don't know how much is, um, um, heal up. Maybe I have to kind of go through that. Maybe I have to kind of go back through that storyline to see if they kind of discuss that part of the see if they kind of discuss that at all, because I don't remember them saying much along those lines, if anything. Trying to see if I can actually shoot down that ship, but anything else? Thought there was like one more out there, but I guess I took care of them. Alright. There we go. Here's where we face off against the Archon. Okay. This one was a kind of a irritating fight. There we go. Hello there. Ah, damn. Oh, ouch. Okay.
We need you, Shadow.
I was doing a little too much trying to shoot at her and not ow. Need to kind of keep on moving and running. Try to avoid the attacks. So, wait till the ow. Ow. God damn it. Keep on running around in a circle. Oh, come on. Oh, bother. There you are. Where are you? There. God damn. Ah. Oh, there we go. Ow! God damn it. Oh, ow. That hurt a lot. All right. Where are you? There you are. Oh, damn it. Ow. Okay. almost done. Oh, all right.
It lies in ambush ahead, but you have no choice.
Ah. Oh. That hurt a bit. Alright. There we go. There we go. Again, this is one of those where it's like, you know, what's the point of having these those containers around when, you know, you're probably not going to be using them. Oh, come on. Go away. Or if they even actually contain anything. Alright. Hi, guys. Where are they? There you are. Ah, just... Oh, okay, sure. We can do that. Ah. Can you not? Oh, where are you? There you are. Shooting down spit at me. It's like, okay, well, yeah, we're not gonna do that. Where are you? There you are. Stop moving. Oh, 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 behind me. Come on. You're up there. Oh. Where are you? There you are. Come on, damn it. Got him. So, like, you know, questions that I have. You know, how is Ballas able to create these crystals out of Lotus at all? You know, basically taking parts of her, I guess, life force, trapping it inside these crystals to kind of bestow it upon these Archons here. You know, how does Lotus know how to absorb the crystals into her to kind of restore part of her life, you know? So many questions. So many questions. I'm, you know, obviously there's parts that are gonna be like, hey, we're just gonna leave this up to, you know, magic or science or some little voodoo that, you know, we are creating just to kind of say, hey, this happens, you know, kind of thing. Oh, okay, apparently I can choose my reward. I mean, I guess that still works, right? probably not going to be able to do a credit booster by the time the stream ends, so I guess we'll just go with, I guess, field run samples, I guess. So would have loved to have had any kind of, you know, any other kind of weapon other than the bow and arrow, but whatever. You know, shotgun, submachine gun, rifle, well, automatic rifle, I should say. You know, is this the Lotus from this particular timeline, or is it the Lotus from the other timeline? You know, kind of thing. It's so many questions. So many questions. It's like, what the heck? One would think that this is the Lotus from the other timeline based off of everything that, you know, with how torn up she is, but
More.
Soon. Soon. I promise.
she's gonna feast on your soul to get more. Wahahaha. And we're now back to history. When I believe the infested got on board the ship somehow. Again, that was, I don't think that was ever really explained as to how the infested was able to get on board the ship or anything along those lines, so yeah, like I said, I don't know uh, if that was really ever, you know, covered. One of the paintings is missing. I believe Lotus is actually missing out of there. Oh, nope, there she is. Or maybe not. No, drop down. Okay. I thought Lotus was up there, but whatever. Not sure who they are per se. If anyone knows the exact kind of, you know, who each of these individuals are, I wouldn't mind if you told me. Who knows? Maybe they're characters that we haven't even met yet. But I think both of those two look familiar, as though we've met them before. Again, I'm not 100% sure. You know, this is where everything pretty much went to shit, and everybody, you know, that we all, you know, the children basically kind of blockaded themselves in to kind of try to survive. It was never explained how they were rescued. You know, I think it was just what, you know, just Lotus and Ballast just kind of came upon them at some point in time and put them into a sleep chamber or something like that, or maybe it was just Lotus. I'm not sure. One is Ballast, the other is Mother Father's. And there's Mother's Father of Entrati. Okay. Yeah. Ballast, I'm assuming, on the left, and then the and I guess the grandfather, not necessarily even the grandmother, the grandfather. So check Amber's Prime Codex when you finish. Okay. Not sure about this one here. No, I'm not 100% sure. The one lying on the ground. That one doesn't look all that familiar to me, but you know, showing a lot of like you know, pictures, plant life, so on and so forth. That you know they probably studied. You know, seeing that this well, it was a classroom. So Alice's upper. Oh, okay. Grandfather is on the floor. Ah, gotcha. Okay. So yeah, Dallas is upper. What do you mean by upper? I wonder, can I look outside and see what's out there? Doesn't look like it. Right. Yeah, this is where we kind of, where I'm kind of going around and taking care of all the students that are still here. You know. So, okay, we can go ahead and clear this.
Cephalon, kill lights and switch off.
Jump commencing. How exciting!
Quiet, everyone. Keep your voices down.
Why is this happening to us? What did we do wrong?
So here's where I'm a little concerned. Seeing that I'm replaying this again. Now, it saved my original character design, you know, for the Drifter, which is interesting. But I don't know if it saved my choices here. Now, if I was to change my choices, does that affect me in some fashion or another? I mean, obviously there would be like different dialogues and so on and so forth. But the problem is that, I went with the, you know, the, you know, I for this particular playthrough, I've been just kind of selecting the light or the white selections every single time. If I was to switch it over to the the dark, what would happen? Does it keep with the your original selections? Does it change you in some fashion or another? I don't really know. Replaying the War Within didn't change mine, so I assume it doesn't change on this one either. That's an assumption, but I'm not sure. So, I mean, I'm thankful that you said that it didn't change your didn't change. So that's great. I don't know if this one does or not though.
Something went wrong with the jump. But we'll survive. Promise.
Okay.
Hey, why don't you go sit closer to the others until we get environmental back?
My mom's coming to get me soon.
Oh, please, would you snap out of it? We are on our own now.
No! My mom's coming!
So those interactions, quite possibly happen. This is the one where I'm kind of I'm not sure, obviously this is kind of this is you're either like talking to Ballas or you're talking to Hunhow. This part, kind of confused me a little bit as to, who exactly you're conversing with. And from what I understand, this is the point on where the timeline shifts, timeline kind of splits into the two different timelines where you have the Tenno timeline and the Drifter timeline, from what I understand, from this particular moment.
Hey, lose your light? Here, you can take mine.
It's the man in the wall that Rel was talking about.
Thanks, kiddo. I think I will.
Yeah, so alright, we move on to the next mission. And we're gonna do the owl one.
Two left. Just a simple choice between the horrible one and the terrifying one.
Alright. Like I said, I do kind of wish that you could kind of select between the the other missions, but maybe they'll, like I said, they'll maybe touch upon that a little bit later. Like maybe they'll do kind of like like similar to the Steel Path, but you choose like the Drifter path or something like that. I don't know.
Sorry, old habit.
Don't sweat it.
A new one. I don't think I get it either.
I know you. I feel it. Itching in my mind. You're not just some lucky drifter, are you? Well, my Archon will be prepared for you and your friend. I'm afraid that luck of yours is all spent.
Era, call off these aberrations. Give your sister a second chance at freedom. Are you so blind to the truth? You haven't won. You are a Dax in every way but name. A servant to the old Golden Lord.
A second chance. I see. You're not just trying to stop my Archons from finding her. You're trying to bring her back yourself. Either way, she'll soon be returned to us, and this time as Nata, purged of Tenno lies and human weakness.
So I tried to watch that a little bit more. Dax. If I remember correctly, Dax was like a servant race of the for the Orcan. So, although they, I thought that, much like, what's his name, they all, looked fairly similar to each other, had the same kind of suit, had the same kind of, headdress and stuff like that. I mean, you look back at, some of the old, some of the cinematics, and you see, you know, you see similarities. They might have like changed a couple of things or something like that to kind of make them maybe stand out a little bit, but you know, they're all, from what I understand, all part of the whole Dex race, if I remember correctly. And so Hanhao and Ezra is part of the Dax race, but how did they get to be how they look right now? I mean, were they changed based off of, like Ballast and whatnot? Did they change in the Void? Were they modified with the with the Infested? I don't know. Some of these questions, man. I don't know if I'll ever really get like the full answers to these. Hello. Oh, right. The fact that it jumps around is kind of irritating. There you, there you are. Where are you? Nope. I don't think I can get in there because the yeah, it's kind of too late. Ow. Yeah, there. The fact that it just keeps on leaping around makes it a little difficult to handle. We got these guys to deal with. There we go. Ow. We got out of there. Oh. Thank you. Ow! Hey! Get out of there! What the hell? That hurt. son of a... I'm running because he took off a lot of health during that. There you go. Ooh. Damn. Ow. God damn it. Nope. Go away. Oh, god damn it. Alright. Nope, missed. Nope. One of the problems with that one little beam is the fact that it keeps on causing some kind of like how yep, there we go.
Why do you conspire against me, Father? There is peace and dominion now. The first in centuries. Our people will finally flourish as we were meant to, atop the pyramid of living things. All of us, as one.
Are you trying to convince me? Or yourself, son?
I'm gonna have to kind of go back and obviously look up the history of all of Ezra, Hunhow, so on and so forth, because either I missed it when I first played through it, which I mean it could be completely possible. You know, conversations were never you know, trying to like keep focused on the combat and the conversations at the same time have always been fairly difficult for the most part for me, so that was kind of pointless. Hi there. There you go. And that's it for that. Moving on. Oh. Okay. Oh, there he is. Okay. Ah, damn it. Okay. Defeat Archon. Okay, so I kind of understand. Okay, so through the security, if you notice, there's the line, that separates the two different sides. Obviously, it's not constantly like up and down or side to side or anything along those lines. It's at an angle. But because they changed the angle of that, then the movement of your mouse is also different. So that's why it's so it's kind of confusing for me in some ways, because I'm trying to use the movement from like previous, but that obviously isn't always the case. So the 3 ability kind of lets me know whereabouts this guy is, and um, overall. So especially if he like leaps around. Oh, all right. When he's when you're unable to shoot him and he's trying to chase after you, it's like, okay. Oh, hello. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. You summon more robots. Oh, where is he? There he is. Go away. Ah, god damn it, man. Get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way. Ah, come on, get out of there. Ah, god damn, man. Yeah, there you are. Let's see. Come on. I think overall I mean, once you get to know oh, ah, that was close. Um, Once you get to kind of know um, you know, how the owl moves about, I think it's like one of the easier ones. So, once you learn its movements and like the fact that it jumps around so much is irritating, but
Fairy stories ain't ever just about how monsters are real.
but I
They're lessons in
mean,
how
it stands still when it's trying to do its attacks. So if you can try to aim the attacks, you know, attack him when he attacks, then you'll be able to do a lot more damage. So.
I'm a little unsure about this. Last time she snapped at you. What'll it be this time?
Unless she sprouts fangs, I'm sure it's fine. Besides, there's still another Archon after this. No biting this time, okay?
No promises.
Who are you?
Well, I'm not... Tenno, Zeramin, all that.
Tenno?
Time's up, kiddo. I can save them. All of them. But you have to want it. Let's say we shake on it.
She's full-on sentient. She doesn't know who you are.
No shit.
What do we do?
Tenno?
Avoid the lotus. Sure.
Get away from her!
Ow. That hurt. Stop that.
Run!
Or just kind of stand still in the middle of the smoke while your timer comes up. Whew, that was close. There we go. And the finger drive. What do you mean by that? And now we know how Ordis got broken? See, this is what I mean by, like, you know, the different timelines kind of thing. It's the man in the wall's finger. Ah, gotcha. Pull my finger, gotcha. Auxiliary drive in your rail jack. Oh, okay. But wait, where? Hold on. let me kind of focus on this a little bit.
Alive?
I don't know what I am, but I know what I must do.
And welcome back there, Jedi. Would love your input on this in this discussion. You're welcome to join me in the Discord channel if you want to talk that way, but
It is her. I am certain.
But of course your Archons have her. Tenno! Even hell was not hot enough to split them.
What does it matter? You have won. Narmer spreads across the system. Monuments rise to your glory. All who live, bios and not, kneel before you.
But not them!
there goes them.
You see some great triumph here? That this dullard herd worships me, wailing freedom from their rotten gobs. When the truth is, they all thirst for that piss-warm comfort of being told what to think. They wanted to kneel.
But not them. Then what is your command?
Gather the fleet. She is coming to us. What's left of her. She will kneel before me. And, by my word, slaughter the only thing she has ever loved. And then, we feast.
Okay. So the drive-in, the railjack, the man on the wall's finger. How is this tied? I'm missing something there, Jedi. Maybe you're kind of reading what Vinny was kind of talking about. But even then, I wasn't quite sure exactly what she was really referring to either. Replaying the war within didn't change mine, so I assume it doesn't change the one either. It's the man in the wall that Rel was talking about. The hey kiddo thing. When you meet the man in the wall at the end of this, notice this right hand left of screen is missing a finger. Okay. And now you're inside the you've come back to your the Tenno ship, the What exactly happened to this? They didn't. They never really explained like fully what was kind of happening here, as though you know, from what I understand, from what I remember, you know, it was basically under siege by the infested, but this looks nothing like infested to me. So, um, you know, was it ever explained as to, you know, how the infested got on board the ship? Was it indeed the infested? Um, or was it, you know, something that the Organs did to the ship that caused all of its adult occupants to basically go crazy? So, um, Zeramon 10-0, yeah. Um, Void jump mishap not infested. But I mean, the adults changed, and you know that I thought I remember invested coming into play as though like the parents themselves were changed into infested in some fashion. So that's why maybe I'm kind of confused along those lines. So then this is where you know find yourself. Infested were created by ballast to defeat the sentients, but that backfired, so transference was brought into play. Okay. I got two bots that try to figure out how to do lurk. I'll need to fix that later. Now I think the next mission that comes in 11 days, we get to see what happened to the adults. Okay. Because, you know, obviously you see like the normal walls of the ship here, and you see this. You know, as though the void itself is, you know, basically broken aboard the ship and is just basically like, you know, some form of metallic substance kind of corrupted it in some fashion or another, or changed the metallic structure of the ship in some fashion or another to change it to this. But again, that says nothing to, you know, what happened to the adults. So, you know, I thought it had something to do with the infested, but yeah, whatever.
Still works. Hello?
We haven't been told yet exactly what happened to the adults. I'm sure that there was something. Maybe I'm just remembering it wrong. I thought during one of the quests it talked about how, you know, something concerning the infested, but you know, I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've touched those missions anyway, so... Hello, Drifter. There he is. Interesting that, you know, you find the ship as though, I mean, why wasn't this something that you could kind of explore prior to now? I mean, obviously it wouldn't have done anything, you know, it would have, you know, you never would have, you know, it would just be like, you know, some kind of ruin that you could just kind of walk around in, but there was nothing in here, so you could kind of, you know, explore if you really wanted to. Obviously, it wouldn't have mattered, but, you know, it would have been an interesting, you know, or, you know, has the ship always been kind of hidden from us, the Tenno, for the longest time? So, hello. You know, another camp spot down there. Is this the right finger that you're, one of the fingers that you're talking about? I don't really see anything there. Probably not. I don't really see anything there, so. Just a statue of the Ordis Overlords. Maybe at some point in time I'll kind of do like a look through for like a history of Warframe and try to do a, well, I mean, you know, I don't know if anyone would really want to watch me watch a video on that. So I think I'll probably just kind of do that on my own time. Just kind of do a refresher on my mind because, you know, obviously I'm not remembering everything about it all, so. Hello, Drifter. Of the 7. Has that ever been explained before? Has that ever been referenced before? Because I don't remember ever that phrase in the past, you know. Now, one might think maybe like the 5, Orokin on Deimos, and then Ballas and Lotus being the 7, but I don't know if that's if that's what they're aiming for on that. It sounds to me as though the 7 is like, you know, the like a council of Ortis that is kind of in charge of the entire was in charge of the entire empire, like, you know, like a Jedi council, you might say. But to my knowledge, I don't know of any. I don't think it's ever been discussed prior to this particular prior to now, and even then, you know, I don't think it was ever discussed, you know, what the 7 would be if that was the case. So I'm kind of curious as to what that you know, it reminds me of like the Pledge of Allegiance here in the United States. You know, I pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with with liberty and justice for all. Yes, I took out one particular line because it was added during the Red Scare, so it was never needed. It kind of gave me that vibe when I was when the children were kind of saying that pledge at the very beginning. It kind of gave me those vibes. So alright. And this is where the Tenno meets the Drifter. The Drifter. So this is what you mean by the man on the wall.
Have a seat. It's
Hmm.
almost ready.
I mean, I'm still seeing a finger on his right hand there, so I'm assuming that's not what you're referring to. Maybe it's like another picture or something like that. I like how, he talks about, or you're hearing the Drifter and he's like saying, hey, have a seat, and you look around the entire room and you can't see him. That would have been great if if you could actually kind of see him, like, you know, cooking up food or something like that. So, alright. Now we do another confusing bit.
What the hell?
Hungry?
Yeah?
Ordis. Okay.
Yeah, but what are...
Got all your Warframes back?
Yeah. Why did you...
So... where's she at now?
I don't know.
Okay. Hold on. Time out. So the Drifter, you see, the Drifter loses Ordis um, um, to Lotus, and then he has some form of connection um, with like his previous self. What was it? The Terramon, Zeramon, 10-0. To kind of create a link between the two so that he had used his powers to basically stop Lotus, but that kind of created um, like a link for the old Tenno to kind of come to that particular moment in time to talk with Lotus. Then you have the Tenno getting on board, um, the crew, the ship to fly to here, and um, you don't see, you don't see Ordis, you don't see the operator getting the Warframes back, you don't see, Ordis or anything along those lines, you don't see floating Ordis, you don't see her speak up or anything along those lines. So, did we skip a step somewhere? It's like, you know, uh, Tenno flies to Terramon 010, or Zeramon 010, or 10-0, whatever. Um, and he's like, hey, do you have orders back? You have all the Warframes back, blah, blah, blah. It's like, wait, what? For one thing, how, how does he know? What's going on here? Um, it's kind of boggling my mind a little bit as to there feels as though there's a jump in logic here that like as though they they skipped a chapter or something along those lines, you know. So magic, science. Old Tenno came on back and somehow is now able to control his old ship, even though he was at the location on where the drifter was located at, and therefore Ordis was destroyed. So, oh, my brain. I, it's as though like they're trying to like merge two timelines together into the same timeline, but um they don't really explain it too well, or at least they're not, they're they're trying to like merge, you know, you have these two split timelines. Like there was that one point on where, um you shake hands, right? And timelines diverge, from that particular point. You to Tenno go do your, Warframe, do all the quests that you were on, all the Warframes, blah blah blah, right? And then you have another timeline where you are the Drifter, which obviously is not covered at all. Are they going to cover that at some point in time in the future? Who knows? Um, it'd be quite odd seeing that um, the Drifter apparently has no connection to Warframes, so um, and from what I understand, he's pretty much stuck on board the Zeramon 010 for much of his life. So, but he somehow, I guess, escapes, finds Ordis, does a um like a rebel kind of renegade kind of mission to try to stop Ballas. Finds Lotus maybe somehow, or Lotus appears on board the ship. Um, so now he tries to find some way of restoring her, and in the process, he somehow merges the two lines back together because the original line you're basically swept up into the black hole. So I don't know. um, the very Paradox trailer. It's on YouTube. Check this out. It might help some. Alright. Um, maybe after this. But or maybe when I do it I'll do it offline or something like that. I'll check it out. But um, it's I'm feeling like, just like I mentioned before, this particular portion of the quest is very confusing in the sense that trying to mess with um, they're trying to mess with time, and it feels as though they're not doing a really great job of it. Um, it feels like they're skipping chapters or skipping pages in the book, and you're left looking at what was just shown and going, "What the heck are you talking about?" Um, as though um, you get the equation for the math problem and suddenly they show you the answer, but they don't show you how they got from the equation to the answer in math, for example. Okay, that's what I'm feeling like right now. Okay, as though um, they're not really showing the process here. They're not really showing um, you know, the steps going from from point A to point B you know, as though they're kind of skipping some steps here. Now, it could be totally intentional. It could be something that they're going to be like, you know, covering later kind of thing. But, um, you know, for me, you know, Vinny, you know, I appreciate the fact that they're, you know, very paradox trailers on YouTube. Sure, that's great. Why not include it in game? If it clears up some of the confusion that's going on here, why not include it in the game? Um, that's that's what's you know, you shouldn't make the game itself confusing to the player base. If you're having to use an outside tool to try to explain what you're trying to do inside the game, then you're doing it wrong. You know. Um, so you know um, maybe there's you know one of you know when it comes to storytelling, you know a lot of people say you know sometimes it's better to show than tell. Well, sometimes it's okay to tell. You know, um, I don't know. It feels as though it's just confusing, and it should have probably added a little bit more to this to make it make sense. So that's all. And no, I'm not gonna skip the cinematic. I'm gonna keep on going because I want to talk about this more.
Yeah. Still missing a few from the deck. Hunting that golden freak, I figure. What's his name?
Palace? Wait. So you don't know?
Ballas, right. You ought to be more careful. I might not be around next time.
Around? Okay, so what is this, then? Are you from the...
Future? Nah. But that'd be a lot easier to get now, wouldn't it? As far as I can make out, you're the me that got rescued from this shit, and I'm the you that did not. Not sure which of us got it worse.
So, you've been stuck here? This whole time?
Not here exactly. But yeah, stuck. You got bigger problems. Right now, at least. To freedom. Yeah, it's great. Ah, that's my cue, I think. Would love to give you a hand and all, but the way this works, seems like finishing this is either you, or me, you. So, what do we think?
And now you're given a choice between the two. Um, okay, so the Drifter was never rescued from the ship. So how did he survive for as long as he did? Okay, you know, who knows? Maybe there were ways for him to, you know, get food and drink and so on and so forth for a long time. maybe the ship has infinite power to it, so that maybe he has replicators or something like that. Who knows? Infinite power, replicators, food and water for the rest of his life. Who knows, man? I don't know exactly what the tech of the Orkin were all about. That being said, from what I understand, the Tenno were never really part of the Orkin either, as though they were part of something separate from what I understand. From the Tenno were anomalies to the Orkin, from if I remember correctly, and they could never kind of figure out what the Tenno were. So, but they somehow had connections to Warframes and blah blah blah. Maybe the lore kind of covers the history a little bit more. I mean, you barely, it feels like you barely tap into the history of the war between the Tenno and the Orkin. Just from the previous quests. So, so how did he eventually escape? The Drifter. If he was stuck there, how does he get off of it? How did he wind up on Earth? How did he get to know Ordis? How did he find the Lotus? How was he able to somehow reach through the time and grab a hold of the old Tenno's hand? The man in the wall, blah blah blah. It's like there's a lot of questions here that aren't being answered, and I don't know. It's very very odd. Now, if I remember correctly, I think I picked Drifter last time around, or did I? Or did I pick Operator? No, I think I picked Operator because I was or wait. I think at this point in time, 2 weeks ago, I was a little afraid of not being able to kind of use any of the Warframes and the Drifter, basically mentioned that he couldn't use them. So, but I believe Vinny assured me that even if I chose Drifter, I would still have access to the Warframes. But I think I still kind of chose Operator anyway. Oh, you picked Drifter? Oh, okay. I did pick Drifter. Okay. I guess I'll choose Operator this time around. I don't think it really matters one way or another.
She saved you. It's your turn. Bring her back safe, kid.
Oh right, yeah, I kind of remember this part where it was where's the drifter portion of this, but
Exodus protocols reversed. Orbital frontal section reattached. Running diagnostics. Corrosion minimal.
um
All seals holding.
Ordis?
Stasis protocols lifted. Systems coming back online. Cephalon refit complete. Ready for operational cross-check.
It's good to be back, Ordis.
Good to have you back, operator. Systems cross-check when you're ready. Looking forward to
Tearing Ballas in half.
finding the Lotus.
didn't Ordis the robot Ordis get absolutely obliterated? So shouldn't it just be the old avatar for Ordis now? I, I don't know. Okay, so everything
Warframe
kind of
vitals
got
strong.
reattached.
Warming up nicely.
Everything kind
I've
of
taken
got
the liberty of rebuilding the
reset.
parastasis. Transference signal strong.
And you're back out in space again. It's like, couldn't they just done this, had the landscape of Earth again, just kind of, show that, but I don't know. Because, everything is kind of getting reset right at this moment in time. Did they have to have us already kind of lifted off into space already? So that's why it's like, wait, what?
Oh joy. This thing seems to have survived stasis.
Hungry, no doubt.
The Narmer fleet seems to be redeploying. Sensors show Murex clustering past Mercury. What is Ballas up to?
Cetus. She's going to Cetus. She wants that Murex.
Going after Ballas, then? Some kind of vengeance precept? Ordis had no idea she was strong enough for such a confrontation.
She isn't. Not even close. We have to stop her, Ordis.
All right. Okay, so there's no other requests or anything along those lines anywhere on this, so all right, hold on.
All right. The only way to reach that Murex undetected is up through the tower. We must speak with Konzu.
Sirius is blanketed by an Orphix field. Warframes cannot enter. Okay.
Oh no! Konzu's been afflicted with one of those wretched Narmer veils.
Tear off the lying mask!
Has it been so long?
Konzu, run and hide!
We must pull that oversized sentient leech from atop the Tower of Unum. Help the others as you helped me, Sura. I shall find a way.
I have a funny feeling that seen that I changed computers. I believe I forgot to update the key bindings. So this, now that I think about it, I think I might be a little, I think my key bindings are a little off and therefore going to be kind of presenting me with a little bit of difficulty. Even though I did play this, you know, a little bit ago, so. Because, you know.
Datap, Sura. Datap. Never will I submit to Narmer.
One of the irritations that I kind of have with this is the fact that you can't fight against the those deacons. You know, you know, these guys that are kind of flying around, you know, trying to look for anyone that, you know, doesn't have a face mask on. So, and once again, you're not like keeping these masks at all. So, you know, you pull it off um, and that's it. You don't, um, you know, you don't keep them or anything along those lines. So, okay. Let me go over here real quick. Restore my ability.
Datap. Shola.
Yeah. Again, I don't know if I don't know if I really need to save everybody again. You know. I'll wait for that guy to kind of turn around. Come on. Oh, really? I ran out of power. Okay. Well, we'll go through it anyway. Just in case. I don't want to have to, you know, I don't want to have to think that I'm gonna have to, like, go all the way to, you know, I don't want to have to, you know, feel as though I'm missing citizens or something along those lines. So, you know, whenever I, you know, go back to, whenever I go back here to see this, but, you know. I know that there's one up here, so. Or at least, you know, I know that he's up there, so. But I don't think there was a citizen up here at all. Oh, there's one right there. Okay. I'm gonna wait a little bit. Restore our energy, then we're gonna wait for this guy to go, and then we'll snag this guy. But you did submit to an armor. What are you talking about? Okay. Yeah, that guy over there is the, there's like one guy over here, I believe. I thought. Or maybe that was the, maybe it's showing the drone. Yeah, it was, okay. Okay, let's head on down here. Right. Okay. Wait for that guy to kind of roam on back. There we go. Now the last one is fairly easy to get because there's no one like nearby him at all, so. I saw him coming after me, so I was like, wait a second. Good thing I switched over to the shadow, you know, quickly, so. Alright, nope. Do, 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 do. Take care of this guy. And we take care of you. There we go.
Master Tizanai is forever at your service.
Sura, quickly now. Come to the air dock. Hurry, Oots. Fly, my friend. Stay out of their gaze.
Plan to. And fly away, fly, fly away. Okay. Now, this was never really kind of shown prior to my knowledge. I could be completely wrong, but I've never been in Tatar prior to this. I don't know if there is a way to get into the tower prior. Okay.
The locals believe this tower to be inhabited by a great spirit they call the Unum.
And that she sees time all at once. I think it's just a metaphor.
Hold on a second. Let me see. Getting the controls that I had initially on this. Push to talk wasn't a thing. And remember I set C to be my gear wheel for the wing. It has to do with the my shift of my control. My friend Crazy kind of recommended one of the his way of going about doing things, and I got so used to it. I sprint was control, and I believe I had shift to do the crouch. So or maybe it was the roll. Maybe it's that one.
Sura, do not harm any.
Yeah, that's what I'm used to. You know, being able to kind of do the bullet jump with this kind of combo. Let's see. Yeah, I have control as the roll. Hmm.
Help the others. Crunabenta.
Again, I don't know whether or not I'm gonna be absolutely needing to rescue everybody here. If I'm gonna be getting like, you know, something special or not, but I don't think there was, but I could be completely wrong. I barely had a kind of chance to see the effects afterwards anyway, because I went into, you know, story, you know, reviewing, um, you know, the game after, you know, the um, reviewing this afterwards, and unfortunately I can't really remember exactly where everybody was located at, so.
Ordis? You picking up anything strange?
Nothing on my sensors. Keep in mind, operator, this was your idea.
Never will I submit to Nar.
Let's see. I do want to try to get through this quickly though, so.
They plunder her temple, Kuva. Sura, Kanzu begs you, find a way to reinvigorate her before it is too late. Crunameta.
There's still quite a bit to kind of cover here, so I want to try to get through this fairly quickly. Yep. Okay. Save this guy.
Never will I submit to murmur.
It'd be nice to be able to, you know, you keep on keep on removing these masks, but I don't see one being collected by him at all. So that's why it's like, You know, am I missing something? Like, you know, let's see, where's that last one? You know, I don't wanna go up too quickly because, you know, still don't have the 7th found and saved. So might have been back here somewhere. Nope. Nothing up here. Don't see anyone. Could really go for, like, you know, one of the you know, like a, you know, a person finder, or, you know, like one of the box finders kind of thing, but, you know, for the humans that you have to save. Is it down here, maybe? Nope. see. Don't see anything. I'm probably blind. Completely bypassing them. All the LA oxen free. Marco. Marco. Oh. There you are. He was crouched there, so let's get going.
She lives! Sura! She lives!
Oh, I have to go all the way over there, huh? Okay. Quickly now, quickly. We're really not doing any, like, major story bits here, so. There was one guy over here. Yeah.
Dada, Shola.
Okay. Don't think there was anyone up there. Alright, never mind. Take care of that. Alright. Here we go. Save him.
Dada.
Okay. I don't know. I don't remember there being like multiple people down below there. Okay. Don't see anyone else. So let's move on. Go away. Oh. Okay. Don't remember anyone being in here either. I think it was like right near the very end. Yep, there he is. Alright. Yep. We're over on the other side, huh? Oh, come on. Where is it? No, we're there. Okay, never mind. Flying the unfriendly skies. Woohoo! Alright. Let's see. Anything over here? Doesn't look like it. Go away. Let's see. We have three people to save. Nope. Denied. Nope. Nope. Can't go down there. Let's see. Alright, there's nothing there. Okay. I think I'm missing some people. Yeah, I just went around in a circle. Yeah, I did. Let's see. So far, no one. Oh, there's one. Come on now. There we go. There's one. Go away, guys. Ooh, wow, I almost died on that one. Where are you? Come here. Let's see. I don't see anyone up there. Yep. There was a spot where I knew I had to fall down to get here. Okay. I think the last one is probably right, you know, right near the very end, so. Nothing there. Go away, guys. Nothing there. Nope. Let me see if I can find that last guy somewhere. There he is. Let's go. Next.
Murex powering for orbital launch. Ballast must be recalling it back to the fleet as well.
Let them defile no more.
Let them defile no more. Okay.
Operator, I may be detecting something unusual.
Yeah,
Should
just
I
a little
get
bit.
this scanned?
Won't be necessary, Ordis.
And time stands still.
Murex trajectory increasing on vector heading 0 by 0 by 0. Right toward the main Narmer fleet, passing Mercury. One against so many, there's no way she'll get through.
Hi there,
This is
Lotus.
not your fight, Tenno. Ballas is mine.
Yeah, no.
Not ready! He has manipulated you for so long. He just own you. Like he owns every other Narmer.
You are warned. Keep to your place.
Am I gonna have to kill everybody here? Yep. Pursue the Lotus. Sure thing. Let's go.
Contact! Contact! Narmer blockade ahead. She's completely outnumbered, outgunned. What? By stars. They're lowering shields. She still has some command of the fleet.
No. They
But
just...
not the one ship Ballas now controls. The great sentient weapon of the Old War. Do you know what she was called? Pegasa. The Devourer.
Yes, we know it. The ship that feeds on debris and derelicts to rebuild itself.
Oof. Ow.
Please. You're not thinking straight. You need more time to heal.
There is no time, no mercy for Narmer. Pegasa must be stopped before Ballas can fulfill her original purpose. Pegasa cannot be allowed to feed.
Wait, where is it? Ah, god damn it. Thank you. I knew that I was gonna fail that one because I was kind of on... There we go. Whee!
On your six. Well met, Tenno. But no time for reminiscing. We are under attack. Target-rich environment. Get on those guns.
See, this is another instance where I was wondering if, you know, if I didn't have like a premium, well, not premium, but you know, if I didn't have, you know, some of the upgrades that I have on my railjack, that you know, I would. Bow. Not really. Fairly easy shot, to be honest.
Are chaotic. At current rate, this railjack will burn on approach. Weird. That thing appears to be eating the sun.
We have got to stop it! What if we approach using the wrecked ships as cover?
Priority. Get close enough to execute slingshot maneuver. Time transitions with solar flare events for maximum cover. This wreckage is burning up. We will not be shielded for much longer. Keep moving.
My people, long have you waited for the sign. I have delivered it. Look to the sky. It grows darker by the moment. That darkness gathers strength, strength enough to open the void and bear me onward to Sacred Tau.
Gravitational waves increasing.
I took a lot of damage on that one.
Crew, space frame integrity critical. This railjack is cooking. Hug the shadows or we are done.
What will become of you, my people? My flock? You will join me there, of course, but by another path. The path of sacrifice. The path of oblivion. Cleansed of all doubt, for you will peer into pitch of day and find the sun is gone. Its heart-rendered, beating in my hand. The cost of my passage. We are...
Engines locked. Crew, brace for shockwave.
breached. Patch that breach, or this railjack is a memory. Astral frame integrity preserved. Good job. Return to duty.
Come on, let's go.
Entering slingshot range.
Okay.
Orpheus pulse fields detected aboard. Get a necromech in the barrel. You will need it.
Alright, Sonny. Get clear after launch.
My father was right. But it's too late. I cannot stop Ballas. No one can. Soon, my people, and yours too, will all be destroyed for the pride of one man. Follow me.
Okay. Do-do-do. Come along. Yep. Where are you at? Come on now. Go away. Where is everybody? There it is. Go away, go away. Go away. Oh, come on.
When the Lotus reaches him, he will make her his puppet. Together, they will annihilate the sun. And so, my sister must...
I know! Maybe if she was stronger, we wouldn't have to.
Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Ah! Stop. Oh, god damn it. Stop. Allow me to Okay, there we go. Yep. Go through, go through. Run, my man, run.
I saw, dude.
How's it going there, Kermit?
Took a great, amazing poop.
What are you up to?
Halo, but at the same time, probably gonna switch over to, Minecraft.
Nice.
Let's see. How well are we doing right now in the clan war? We are up by 15.
Oh, okay. Well,
I put up 10 because, yeah, it was not my day. Oh, I have plus 2. I can do 2 more battles if need be. So I put up 10 and Mikey put up 5.
yeah, whenever a new day arrives, you can do like 2 more. So.
Sweet. How's your raiding experience going right now? Is that what you're doing, or are you just kind of grinding?
Doing a quest, so we're kind of like not in the best. We're not really doing any kind of like major storylines right at the moment. We're just kind of trying to get to like the final boss area. So otherwise I'd be like, oh hey, I want to talk about these certain points of the plot because they were like, wait, what? What are you doing on this?
Absolutely everything.
So
Maddie, you could come in here if you want, baby. You come in here. You're fine. Kenta, you know you're welcome in here too. You're fine in here. Just don't piss over Justine stuff. She'll kick y'all's asses. But continue. So it's not part of the main storyline, but at the same time, it's kind of like a side quest.
Well, no, this is definitely a main quest. So I mean, if you've never played Warframe before, this is like heavy spoilers right at the moment. So you know, if you're kind of watching right at this moment in time, you know, be careful. Or if you even care, you know, be careful. But so a good majority of the chunk of the quest is done. We're just kind of getting to that final boss fight kind of stage. So
okay.
We're getting near anyway. I have to fight this. I have to kind of fight this guy initially. Oop. Missed that jump.
This weapon is still OP. And I love using it.
Yep. One down, 2 more to go.
Oh, fuck. I rushed that part.
Have to actually destroy these little... Oop, 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 oop. No, thank you. Stop that. Oop. Now, let me see. Now you see me? Now you don't? Okay.
Yeah.
I disappeared on you. Come on. Where are you guys? Come here. Need to destroy you all. Oh. Wrong guy to destroy. There we go.
Okay,
come on.
Double team shit.
Well, that's, you know, normally what happens, right?
Oh yeah, especially in Halo.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I thought there was a way to kind of get down, to get up there from here. That was my mistake. Oh, ow. Hey now. Stop that. There we go. My turn. Come here, doggy.
Wow. What did they do?
Thank you. Goodbye. Where is he? There he is. Come here. I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Ooh.
Mother
You've
dearest.
come to send me on my way. I am ready, Tenno. Are you?
Well, now I am.
Fucking double team. Oh, I got 2 assists though.
Kneel! Kneel, and I will spare these worlds. Beg, and I will make you complete again.
I had something different in mind.
I loved you once.
You were so
You were
like
so like her.
Ooh.
You dreamed of a Margulis you could control, but she chose death over you.
And up, and up.
I said to stay out of this.
But you can't, can you? Still desperate to save her from herself. You never truly knew her, did you? What she most needs.
Damn it. I was trying to pre-fire that.
Why do you make me do these things?
Science, magic, yay!
Yep.
Nothing that
I
gets
don't know what the fuck I was
explained.
doing.
Say I love you, my master.
I love you, my master.
Now, kill your child. For me.
Double team once the 17th time again.
Repair the hurt you have dealt us. Have dealt
Actually, it's more like 8 times. Oh, look at that. Somebody else grabbed it.
Kill this guy. Kill that guy. There we go. Break that. Thank you.
That's why he has a lot of kills. He keeps grabbing the overshield.
child. And with an open heart I gave you this. And my reward? Being left to watch as all your love, my love, poured into the bottomless well of this abominable
Aww.
child.
I want that kill.
Remember what he did to you!
Remember my old self dissolving
Ooh.
beneath
That's fine.
fingers, shaping me, directing me. Lua.
Yes, let's discuss what I did. I, who have endured your torture of me, your lies, your betrayal.
Ah, that was
without
bullshit.
complaint. All
There
Oh well.
and this is my reward.
You lie. You are small.
There it is. Break that. Thank you.
Pitiful.
That's so much.
A mask with nothing behind it.
Okay. All done there. Hey there, Riptide. How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
A puppet accusing her maker of a lack of substance, was it?
All right. Come here.
Very well. She can take your punishment for you.
Here we go.
Alice, stop.
Ah,
Spare
damn it.
them. Spare them.
Let's see.
And I will be whatever you want.
Shut
Ow. Come on now.
are making me do this. And when
Where
this
are they?
child is dead,
Come on, damn it.
and I will
Okay, they have to go through the dialogue. Have to dodge, 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 dodge. There we go. Over here. Oh, Jesus. What the hell? You're not even aiming at me, dude. Thank you. Fuck.
feel pain. All lies. You never understood me.
Ay, ay, ay.
Vision. My future lies with Tao.
Come on, come
Not
on.
here,
Over here.
not
Thank you.
with you.
Nope. Nope. Oh, damn it. Come on. Over here, dude. Over here. Come on. Follow the leader, the leader, the leader. Oh, ah, you bastard. You went the wrong way. Come here. Stay on the same course, damn it. Stop changing the directions.
Do not interfere again.
There you go.
Cast you from my sight, Lotus.
Ah, fuck. Ah, da, da, da. Over here. Everything gets eaten into the sun.
Very well. I give you my death, and yours as well. The unstoppable annihilation of every single last thing. Pleased? Satisfied? Are you now full up with death? My vision was only ever comprehensible to myself. My ambition beyond the grasp of people. Thus I have always been known. Your death changes nothing. What are you? Tell me that. What bound disgusting thing have I let into my house and my heart? Tell me!
Child. Run!
Run? Where should they run to? You've only destroyed everything! Alone at last. Now, kneel. You monstrous bitch!
See? Where did he get that? Where did my character get those?
My love.
Where were they? It's... It...
Done.
You know, where did my character get the...
Margulis.
And why is it affecting him as well? Didn't he create it? Isn't it supposed to be like, you know, his own personal... like everybody's supposed to follow him, so why would it affect him? It's like a narcissistic face mask. So why would it affect the man that it's supposed to, you know, give it?
Is the game confusing you?
Well, I mean, there's just certain parts of this particular quest that is like, wait, why? You know, why did it, you know, how did that kind of happen? You know, so... And then there's this. Who knows? Oh, this is man in the wall is up at his right hand, missing finger. So it is. Okay, so that's the man that you speak of. So what is that all about?
There we go.
And why is that right finger, the right primary finger only in my particular railjack? Why, you know, it's like, wait, what? Well, I mean, technically in this game, you know, with Tenno, I guess you're like the only one left, even though it's a massive multiplayer and you're still playing with hundreds of, you know, thousands of Tenno that are out there. So it's like, okay, but
I thought I was Nata, Margulis, Lotus.
Yeah, give me all these lovely items.
Gone.
You. Thank you.
At the end, what did you see?
I saw nothing.
No, we all saw it.
We've got work to do. Narmer's
There we
shattered,
go.
but
Give
they've
me
got a mark.
this.
And the old guard are already eager to fill the vacuum. If you're ready.
I'm not sure. There are voices. I am not
Dun, dun,
one.
dun, 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 dun.
I know.
Sweet, I got a decent stack with that.
Choose one voice to lead the others. It's your choice.
Alright. And once again, you know, I get to kind of choose who to kind of go with.
Choose your Pokemon.
Yeah, sort of. But I'll just go with the original there. So, you know, Lotus is the one that, you know, her, you know, who's, you know, you're used to, you know, as a Tenno. You have Natal, which is her original form, and then you have Margulis, which is, I guess, a not.
Kratos.
I'm kind of confused on Margulis, to be honest.
What's going on, buddy?
Oh, this story can be quite confusing at times for me because it's okay. Think of it this way. It's like reading a book and waiting like 2 years for like the next book to come on out.
Mm-hmm.
And you might not remember everything that you read in the first one.
Oh.
So that's my current problem right this moment in time. I'm trying to remember all the little details that they kind of gave through the previous quests. And it's been a while since I've done some of them. So I'm trying, you know, the character of Lotus has like many names. I don't remember Margulis being officially one of them. I thought it was something like not necessarily like a clone situation, but maybe it might be. You know, I don't know. It's one of those one of the plot points that always kind of throws me off a little bit about the game, because Ballast confuses, you know,
Albus Dumbledore
thinks of Lotus and Natal as Margulis, but she's not, or maybe she was, but she lost all of her memory or something like. You know, I don't. That's the thing. I'm not 100% sure about her again, and it's been a long time since I did that particular quest where that name came up, so I can't remember. So
not gonna lie, it's making it sound like it was like literally 2 years ago before you even actually figured it out.
I mean,
just the way you're describing it.
When I first started playing this game, it was about 2 years ago. So I think this particular quest that I'm talking about was probably a good year and a half ago. So,
wow, so you were right.
You know, I played some of the quests fairly early on for the most part. So, she was able to mimic Margulis to
What you doing,
infiltrate the
Potato?
Orkin.
What you doing, Maddie? Just sitting there. Being a good girl.
Okay. I guess I had the... Then wait, what is Natal then?
Ooh, that was a good one.
She part of the Sentient? Okay, but this is what I chose last time. This choice will not be saved. Your choice of the Ta, which is the choice that I'm picking again during your first playthrough of the new war, is permanent. No shit, Sherlock, really?
Whoa, it's permanent?
Times ahead.
Dude, mind-blowing.
Decisiveness. Power. I
Better make sure it's a wise decision then. Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the nice things about this game is the fact that, you know, some of the decisions that you make do have, you know, certain consequences on, you know, what kind of goes on, you know. So, but that's the new war again. God. I'm not gonna do that again. Fuck.
Sure.
No, I'd rather go back to the wiki and just do that. I do
Oh,
not want
God.
to. No, the new war is, you know, for me it took me 9 hours the first time that I played through it.
Okay.
So it is a lengthy quest, and unfortunately you can't quit out of it. You can't, you know, exit out of it and play some of the regular game to, you know, you know, play some like different quests or something like that. No, when you're in it, you're in it. You cannot leave. The most that you can do is exit the game, and that's it. So,
Damn.
so, um, my, I thought, seeing that, you know, I played through it once already, that if I did a replay of it, I'd be able to kind of, you know, kind of pick and choose like the chapters or something like that, and or maybe just kind of go through one particular level and then exit out. Nope. I had to redo it all over again, all 9 hours.
Oof.
So, but at least this time through, I was able to kind of like talk about what my, you know, talk about where like the confusing parts of the mission were, you know, where there were parts of the quest that I enjoyed, where there were parts of the quest that I was really annoying.
Which is a lot of them, probably.
To be honest, there was only one part that was really, well, actually, let's see. There was the screen-shaped machine gun at the very beginning that really annoyed the hell out of me. I told the game that I don't want any screen shake, but it was doing it anyway. It ignored the option, ignored the menu option that I chose. So
It just wanted to make sure you got the full experience, so.
yeah, and it was giving me a headache while I was doing it, so it sucked.
It's like wearing drunk glasses while trying to drive.
It's kind of, yeah. Well, for me, you know, I kind of explained this last week, but um, I hate strobe lights. They give me
Yeah.
they give me a headache. when I was really young, I went in shock because of strobe lights. So now some people get, you know, they go into like full on shock like whenever it
Yeah,
happens, like
seizures.
seizures immediately, right?
Yep.
It doesn't, you know, I've never had seizures since then, but they still give me headaches. So whenever I can't really go to like any kind of like clubs or anything along those lines because they like to flash lights all the time, and it's like it gives me a headache. You know,
Yeah.
combine that with very loud music, and I can't hang out in clubs that much.
Yeah, which is totally fine and understandable.
Yeah.
Dun,
So,
dun.
but for the first mission with the machine gun, it was shaking the screen so much that my eyes couldn't focus, which kind of gave this a similar. Uh, it gave me the same kind of feeling as a strobe light would, you know.
Okay.
So it really was like, ouch! I don't need
It
this. I
was
don't need this. I don't need this. But it was my
not fun.
but it was my only like major weapon. So and that was like a good like 10 minutes of the game, 10, 15 minutes. So it's like,
Ew.
yeah, it was rough.
It sounds like it.
um, the um, another portion that was kind of annoying was the fact that there's a spot where uh, if you get spotted, um, they throw these little mind controls on your face, and you know you're basically dead. You have to kind of restart the level. Um, which I mean wasn't that far, but it was still kind of
Far
annoying.
enough where it was hurting.
Yeah. Um, and unfortunately, there wasn't any way that you could like break out of it or stop it from happening. So
Yeah.
if they caught you, you're gone. You're dead. You're done. So
You're done skis.
yeah, so it was irritating, that portion. So um let's see. I think those were really the only two like major like irritations throughout the entire quest. Um the the one thing that I will, you know, the one thing that I will uh, talk about is the fact that this, unfortunately for Warframe, um, you would have, you know, to really like get the storyline, you would have to like do the quests like back to back to back to back to kind of see what happens, you know, through
Kind of
the
like what's
quest
all the
lines
fuss about?
to kind of get the storyline. Problem is that um, you know, with the with how the quest lines are structured, in order to unlock certain quests, you have to have completed one of the previous ones. So they don't all come completely unlocked. So you know you have to unlock one, do it, you know, go through various other like um, planet locations to kind of get to the next location to be able to unlock the next quest. And once you get there, you do a certain kind of task to make sure that you can unlock it. It becomes unlocked, and then you can play that quest again. But I mean, unless you're like really kind of trying to rush through it all, which can be really difficult at times, um, you know, you're gonna be you're talking like, you know, well, I mean, if you're playing it every single day, then you might be able to kind of take care of it, but I mean, you have to play it every single day.
And that gets a little frustrating, or just that's like where you're almost getting burnt out from the game because you're playing it every day.
Right. So, um, for me, um, now that I've completed everything, and now that I know that I can't go through the new war without having to play through it again, I think I'm gonna stick with just going back through like videos of people that have actually like compiled the history and stuff like that.
You kind of bench watch a lot of it.
I don't want to play through these quests again like that. So, um, especially if it's like getting to a point where, hey, I just want to quit out of it. Oh, wait, I can't? It's like, I've played through it once. I don't want to be in, like the new war. I didn't want to play through the whole 9 hours of it again, but I had no choice. They didn't give me the option, so to kind of quit early, so which is unfortunate. So, so I'll have to like, you know, in my own time, just kind of look up some histories to kind of chew through all this, go through the wiki and whatnot, maybe try to figure this out. So I'm thankful that Jedi and Vinny were here to um,
talk about it.
Chat with me about what they know, what they've seen, little tidbits here and there. Interesting catch on the finger bit. That was didn't even notice that before. So that was a so that was an interesting little detail. Makes me wonder what will be coming next on that. But as I was kind of explaining earlier, it feels as though they're, in this last quest that they did, it feels as though they, um, they gave you a book, but they ripped out chapters that,
what a-holes,
that you won't be getting into like later, if anything. So, it feels like, some of the story isn't, like complete yet. So it's like, but wait, why did this happen? What? So yeah, I got a lot of questions. So I'll have to kind of be, the session today was kind of meant to like kind of go back over it and talk about it and discuss, what happened, how it happened, and try to figure out some of the pieces, some of the important pieces, some of the pieces that were like, wait, what? Why? And maybe make some amount of sense to it, but yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They definitely made this one a confusing one for me, and I have a funny feeling that I'm not alone on that. So
yeah,
I mean, if it was confusing for me, can you imagine anyone else?
I'm gonna
But
go
then,
with the safe answer and say no.
But at the same time, some people play this almost on a daily basis anyway. Some people are really like into the lore and whatnot. So, while I might not be alone, there's probably others that are like going, "Oh yeah, no, it's this and this and that and that," and it's like, "Okay, yep, thank you." So, so yeah, I think I'm gonna be like maybe tomorrow I'll look into the wiki a little bit more and try to get some of the tidbits that I might have missed, or maybe look up some history videos that are out there. Vinny recommended that I look into a trailer that apparently explains some of the details, and it's like, wait, if there's like a trailer that explains some of this, why isn't it just in the game?
Because that would be way too easy.
Yeah, apparently, you know. It's one of those okay, prime example, Star Wars. Okay.
Okay.
You know, when the prequels were coming out, you know, 1, 2, and 3, they also did, you know, some cartoons to try to explain a little bit more and add little details and stuff like that. And everybody says, well, in order for you to get it, you have to have watched the cartoons. It's like, but
yeah, I that's what I tell a lot of people too.
It's like, okay, it's if a movie relies on other media to make it less confusing, then you've done a bad job. In my particular opinion.
Yeah.
So
that's Star Wars for you.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I know Star Wars. I mean, you know, I've known the lore for quite a while. You know, I loved that. You know, me and a friend of mine would kind of get into a little trivia war. He was better at it. He knew a lot more. But I was no slack when it came to it either, kind of thing. So, but when it's when you're like giving like really plot necessities in other media aside, you know, beyond, you know, instead of in the movies themselves, then I feel that is a bad way of doing it.
Okay.
So, you know, all you need to do is just show, if anything. If it's something brief, then show it for a brief second, you know.
But that's too simple.
Yeah, I know. You know. You know, well, for Star Wars, it's all about, you know, merchandise. So, you know,
Get your Schwartz.
You know, what's the best way of, you know, making more money off of Star Wars? You sell more merchandise. How do you sell more merchandise? Well, you bring out something other than just the movies. So, you know, TV series. Hey, here's some more action figures and so on and so forth. So, you know, that's where Lucas made his fortune. You know, was just the merchandise alone for Star Wars. You know, so he raked in the cash when it came to the merchandise just for 4, 5, and 6.
Yep.
You know, so. But we are done now. I don't know if she is currently online. Let me see. No, she is not. Okay. I apparently like won a raffle last week that I was gonna be getting some like additional equipment, but seeing that I was stuck in the middle of the new war and couldn't get out to be able to initiate any kind of trade. I had to kind of wait until today. So, but she's not online right at the moment, so no big deal.
Yeah.
So,
Hopefully you'll get good gear.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it was again, that I supposedly got, but apparently it was some kind of, I think it was like a weapon, but I think I don't know. Maybe I'm worried that I already have it, and therefore it would, I was worried that it was going to be kind of wasted for me. Like, I was afraid that, I already had it, and therefore it was like, I don't need a second of this particular weapon kind of thing. So, I was afraid that, I couldn't check it in real time. So I was like, maybe you should hold the raffle again because I can't confirm this right at this moment in time. But, they said that she was gonna take the trade and hand it over to me afterwards. So I was like, okay, what can one do?
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey there, Mr. Gunny. How you doing, man? Welcome back to the stream. But to be honest, I'm probably gonna be closing down here because I've done over 6.5 hours. So
nice.
Playing this last half of the new war. So I'm done.
I will be too.
So I think I'm gonna go ahead and kind of close on down. Obviously, all these videos, all these streams are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you like. Got a link down below for the YouTube channel, so check that out. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch About page, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So feel free to check those out if you'd like. You're not streaming too as well there, Kerbit, right?
I am, but I'm shutting down in 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Or sooner than that.
Then
because I got to get up early as shit tomorrow.
Oh,
Yay.
Fun. Right, what's going on tomorrow for you?
Easter.
Ah, yes. Indeed. I'm gonna be making some phone calls. So.
I wish all I had to do was phone calls, but that's not happening.
Yeah. It's nice spending time with family. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. Every time.
Yeah. So. It's just I don't live anywhere near them anymore, so it's a little harder for me to go visit. But so phone calls are the next best thing, or they can stop on by the streams, but they never do. So.
Well, next time we'll do a hosting for Easter thing where we do Easter video games related stuff.
Sounds good. We could do Super Bunny Man.
Super Bunny Man, I'm down.
Have you ever played that game? Or have you heard of that?
It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. I know if I want to play, I have to buy it. But I do remember playing it on the Wii.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't played it, but I've seen a lot of people play it. So, I mean, it's bunnies.
There you
go. So I mean, it's something.
Yeah. Hey, your something sometimes better than my something.
Yeah.
I broke glass.
You broke glass?
Yeah, I broke the glass.
Oops. That's not great.
Yeah.
But
it will be fine.
Yes. Happy Easter to you. Happy Easter to everybody that's watching. Everybody that is, watching me, watching Kermit, lurking in the background. Hope you all have a good one. So, spend a time with family if you can. Give calls to them. you know, because it's, you know, it's good to spend as much time with those that you love. So, okay, so, but I'm gonna go ahead and close on out. You have yourself a good night there, Kermit. You take
You
care of
do the
yourself.
same, friend.
Next next week we're gonna be getting back into the just like normal gameplay again. No requests. At least not for a while. I'm kind of quested out. Um, we still got the Nightwave to worry about. We still got all the Railjack missions to do. Um, got a lot of relics to break to try to get a lot of the Warframes that I don't have. So we're gonna be kind of continuing along those lines. So, but yeah, you have yourself a good night. You take care, all, and catch you next time. Goodbye.
Boy!